Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for being a little delinquent there. I believe we have a report from dear Christy, do we not?
Yes, Commissioner, you do. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Christy Sante, Community and Human Services Director. Before you is a brief presentation on the Centers for Disease Control Community Healthcare Workers Grant Award. To go back in time, in June of 2021, the board approved the submission of our application. In September of 21, the county was notified that we had received our award and it was subsequently accepted. In May of 22, the board approved the submission of our Year 2 application. July, we received notification of our award, and in September of 22 of this year, we accepted the Year 2 award. The funding is on a 3-year cycle. Each year, the county is required to apply for the subsequent year. Year 1, we received $421,744. Of that, we spent $134,178. That is all we drew from the federal government for the grant for Year 1. That was due to a delay in hiring the community health workers. Year 2, we have drawn $0 to date. The grant award started in August. We've incurred $896 in administrative expenditures, and our partners have incurred $45,305. We have not yet applied for Year 3. Should we do that, we would come to the board for your approval to apply. The program parameters include services to extra-mile migrant communities. This is a non-research award. It provides for community health workers to assist vulnerable populations with access to health care and provide health care education. There are 2 partners that we have as actually we have one sub-awardee who then sub-awards. Our sub-awardee is Collier Health Services, and they in turn sub-award to Partners in Health who provide education and training.
An enormous amount thereof.
Yes, sir. The federal requirements. I will remind you that all of these are part of the award. However, pursuant to the terms of the award, since the county has sub-awarded, we pass many of these requirements on to the sub-awardee. Those would be complying with existing and future directives, consultation and coordination with Health and Human Services related to the pandemic, assisting the U.S. government with isolation and quarantine information dissemination, providing access to data collected if applicable, and reporting on test results. This is a health department requirement, as we all know. Those requirements that are specifically applicable to the county would be anti-lobbying, the Code of Federal Regulations 24, 2 CFR 200 and 45 CFR Part 75, and also the Federal Funding Accountability Transparency Act, also known as FFATA. There are performance requirements that the sub-awardee is required to meet, and then we roll those up and report those to the federal government. And those include the community health workers who must participate in training, which is offered by Partners in Health, integration of state and local public health efforts, doing outreach messaging, and reporting on the number of persons served. The overall program goal is there's a 2-person team of community health workers. They are required to perform 20 home visits per month, 1 group presentation, and 1 media outreach event every 6 months. The primary focus of the community health worker is to work with vulnerable populations to integrate medical care, dental, mental health, housing, and a variety of other services. So it's an outreach program that engages participants to educate them in healthcare and service delivery. And with that, I'll accept any questions.
I guess only question I would ask, the funding, the $400,000 per year for 3 years, it sounds like we haven't drawn hardly any of that down.
No, sir. We did not. We only drew down the 134 in year one. And again, that was related to our partner, Collier Health Services, had a really hard time hiring staff. And the majority of the funds is spent on salaries for the community health workers to go out into the community. And so by the time they got ramped up after the award, that's all the funding that was drawn for year one. It was the salaries, and we drew $10,000 in administrative. That was it.
But you had almost nothing in year two.
Year two just started, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it started, yes, I'm sorry. It started in August, and we just haven't drawn anything to date from the federal government.
Sounded like we were in year three from the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
All right, I understand now.
Well, I have personal experience. The Partners in Health organization was enormously beneficial during the pandemic. They were a group of physicians that came to Immokalee, established a promotora organization, people that actually went door to door and educated our population on the assets that were availed for the treatment of COVID, if in fact where masks were available. If you all will recall, I never advocated I advocated against masks, and but I also felt as a government these assets are provided, and folks that chose to wear a mask needed to know where to go get one. People that chose to receive the vaccination needed to know where to go get one, and these people, these promotoras, actually went door to door in Immokalee and I called them goodie bags, and it was just a litany of information of folks that weren't really privy to that information as to where they could get those assets should their family choose to receive those assistance programs. So we had enormous success with Partners in Health necessarily in that regard. My concern is the alleged obligation that goes to the federal government from us, and whether or not that receipt of those funds obligates us or puts us in a status that I wouldn't really be happy about.
So, Commissioner, the award terms are signed by the board chair upon acceptance of the award. However, the award terms specify that if we have a subaward, the subawardee is the one carrying out the program. We are required to pass all those regulatory requirements down to them. So the dissemination of information, that's a core function of what they do as community health workers, but that would be passed on to them as a subawardee. So does that answer your question?
Not really.
Okay.
The concern is, there a lot of times these grant programs come with strings, and I have reservation when national agencies such as the CDC or the World Health Organization start to dictate policy. Are we obligated in regard to those policies that necessarily might come down?
We are obligated to ensure that our subawardee follows those. You know, if they're required to disseminate information, we're required to monitor the subawardee, that they are disseminating information, that they're doing what the federal government wants, because we are not the provider of service. Okay. We're just a pass-through entity. And we were the only awardee in Florida. However, I am not aware of the number of applicants from the state of Florida. Nationwide, there are well over 20 awardees for year two, but we are the only awardee in Florida.
Okay. So the Collier County was represented. We're the only ones that were in the state of Florida that were awarded this grant.
Correct, but I don't know if any other jurisdictions applied. I wouldn't have that information.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kowal.
She just answered my question. Okay. I know we asked that earlier.
Yes. And Commissioner LaCastro.
Yeah, I think the clarification is when we heard from citizens who brought up a point that I felt, had merit, we all did, that we were the only county that took money. that's different than saying, than maybe no other county has applied for the grant. So that's not that 66 other counties applied and then changed their mind and then said no, or the government came to them with free money and they said absolutely not, we don't want it. So, I mean, this is what we have confirmed, that we know we were one of the few and maybe only counties that applied for the grant. And I think, did I hear you correctly? You said across the nation there was only about 20 grants. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, for year 2, there's over 20. You see them. Arizona, Georgia had 1 awardee. California had 5. The Samoan Islands.
Right.
You know, so it's a variety nationwide. I can certainly provide that list if anyone's interested.
I mean, I'm concerned too, anytime we accept government money or money from any source, if it comes with strings, what I'm hearing here, nothing that really is catching my attention is, oh my God, we need to give the money back, because, I mean, what I'm hearing here are things that did a lot of good in our county. But I mean, I look to my colleagues here if there's something buried in here, because I think we would all have concerns that, you know, it gave us 400,000, not 400 million. And so, you know, if it did come with some strings of significant concern that citizens discovered or are concerned about, you know, we obviously want to know that. I haven't heard any of that yet. I don't know if we need to do a deeper dive, or, you know, that's basically it in a nutshell. I don't want to create, you know, a new story that's not there. Certainly the accusation or the statement that we were the only county that accepted the money is actually not fully correct, because what I'm hearing is sounds like we might have been the only county that applied for it, which is different than turning it down, but okay.
And again, I have no idea how many counties applied.
Right.
And, you know, oftentimes we apply for grants and don't get funded at all.
Commissioner Saunders.
Well, I think the question was, are there any CDC requirements ongoing that require the county to do things that would appear to be objectionable in any way? It sounds like the only requirements are the grant is to help provide information to families that may need the information, but it doesn't sound like there's any ongoing obligations on the part of Collier County as a consideration for acceptance of the grant. Is that an accurate statement?
That would be an accurate statement, and you mean beyond the term of the award. So post-closeout, no, that would end our obligation. But again, we pass these all on to the subawardee as required by the grantor.
Okay, thank you.
Is there global language at the top? I didn't mean to jump in there, Commissioner. Is there global language at the top of the award that would put Collier County in a compromising position with a particular directive that would come from one of these organizations?
I would have to defer probably to the county attorney's office to read the language and let me know if they believe that to be true.
All of these grants have a plethora of documents, boilerplate documents that are set up at the back, and they're almost all identical, notwithstanding which grant you're going for. And there are things like you won't discriminate, for example, that sort of thing. I'm not aware of anything in any grant that goes really beyond that. What I could do, if you'd like, is we'll go through the fine print of this and get back to the commission as to whether or not there's anything there that's out of the ordinary.
I would like that, and I again, I don't want to. I would prefer that we not be in a compromising position should an errant directive come from one of these agencies that was prohibitive to our citizens. I don't ever want to.
These grants are not political. I mean, I know people want to make them political, but the grants aren't political. There are some money to do a certain thing, and then, yes, there's boilerplate, but it's all stuff, don't break the law on this and don't break the law on that. But we will go through it.
And if my understanding is correct, if, let's just say, a directive came from the World Health Organization that was contrary to the belief systems of what this board chose to put forward,
we wouldn't
wouldn't
sign
have
off
to
on
adhere
it.
to it.
My office wouldn't sign off on something like
And
that.
we would then be subject to a clawback in the event that we weren't in adherence to that. So that predominantly is our exposure, and I know that personally, we like you said, we wouldn't actually go down that path. So, Commissioner Cowell?
Yeah, I think what I'm getting from the people are that they're concerned that you talk about the subs and what they're required to report. And I think their concern is how much are they reporting? You know, is it names? Is it addresses? Is it things like that? I think that's their biggest concern. Or is it hard numbers? Like the realm I come from, like uniform crime reports, we did them every year. We had Part 1 crimes. We sent them numbers. We're like, hey, so many robberies, so many of these, so many burglaries. You know, there's not a whole lot attached to it. So I think that's their concern. It's not so much, you know, because you guys know the kind of the makeup of our community and where they stand.
Right.
And when they're asking those questions, we want to have those answers too. So,
And to answer your question, we go out, my division goes out and monitors to ensure that the subrecipient is doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then any reports are hard numbers, 22, 16, 87. It's a collective number of numbers served. It isn't, you know, so-and-so's name, address, date of birth. No, that would be all protected health information under HIPAA, and we would not be able to divulge any of that information.
like I said, I think that would help if they could understand that, you know, and then the clarity because of the HIPAA and stuff like that, because that may help us down the road and, you know, coming to a conclusion.
And the reassurance that we're not going to lean out over our skis on some directive that comes from the World Health Organization that's contrary to what's best for our citizenry. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
We'll endeavor. Okay, which one you want to do next?
We have items 9C, 9D, 11B, and 11C, all dealing with the Bright Shore Stewardship Receiving Area that was scheduled for no sooner than 1 o'clock. So that would really be where we start.
Let's start there.
So these are companion items. This is the Bright Shore Stewardship Receiving Area zoning overlay, the Community Development District, Developer Agreement, and Utilities Agreement. We're starting with 9C. Briefly, this is a recommendation to approve a resolution designating 681.5 acres within the Rural Land Stewardship Area Zoning Overlay District as a stewardship receiving area to be known as the Bright Shore Village Stewardship Receiving Area. We'll start there and the companion items will follow.
Thank you for not reading that whole thing. Mr. Yovanovich, we want to swear everybody in
And ex parte.
and ex parte. So let's swear everybody in, and we'll do our ex parte. And Commissioner Kowal, I'll go first. I have ex parte disclosure on 9C. I've had phone calls, emails, and conversations, so I'll go first, and then Commissioner Kowal.
I also, on 9C, have ex parte on meeting and a correspondent.
Commissioner Saunders?
I have the same thing on 9C, correspondence and meetings and emails.
Very good. And if you would do me the favor of staying up on your microphone, my mother's chirping at me. She can't hear you.
Okay.
Commissioner LaCastro.
9C, I have meetings and emails.
Commissioner Hall.
I also have emails and a letter and personal conversation.
Okay, now we'll go.
Did you swear us? For the record, Rich Ivanovich, on behalf of the petitioner, we're hearing all of them all at the same time, correct? Okay,
That's
so
correct.
I just want to make sure the public hearing is opened on all four, and I understand you'll probably vote separately on those. I could go one of two ways on this. I didn't see a whole lot of public here to really speak. I can do the detailed presentation, or I can basically summarize the petition, and I think the real issue relates to a letter that you all received from the Neighborhood Association regarding potential access off of Immokalee Road. We can go right to that issue, Commissioners, or if you want us to do a presentation of the entire village application, tell us
Good
what you...
summary.
Yeah, if you would summarize your complete application and just a brief overview is more than anything.
I'm happy to do that. You can see on the monitors the location of the property. It's a little over 681 acres. It's on the curve of Immokalee Road, just not too far away from Everglades Boulevard. The total request is for 2,000 dwelling units on those 681 acres. 10% of the units have to be single-family detached. 10%, minimum of 10% of the units have to be typical multifamily, and a minimum of 10% have to be single-family attached, because we're required to have a diversity of product type within the village. Within the village center, we'll have a minimum of 106,000 and up to 120,000 square feet of neighborhood, retail, and office, because we're required to provide neighborhood and retail and office within the village. And we'll have a minimum of 20,000 square feet of civic space, which is also a requirement of the village. And we also have the ability to do up to 100,000 square feet of self-storage, which does not count against the neighborhood retail. We will have public parks that are open to the public, and I'll quickly go to the master plan. The public parks are located here, and in both of those public parks, we'll have a minimum of 20 parking spaces at each park for the public to come and utilize those spaces. The park has to be completed before the 750th CO is issued for the village. We are required to meet the affordable housing requirements, which would be 170 units. We'll either do it on site, or we'll find another location that is proximate to the village, at which those 170 units will be provided. We have both a utility and a road DCA to address road issues. We'll be providing a Immokalee Road right-of-way, a pond site for the road right-of-way, and other related issues regarding studying Red Hawk and the intersection of Red Hawk and Immokalee Road. We'll also be paying $555,650 towards operational impacts to various intersections related to this, and we'll be required to provide and pay for traffic signals if they're necessary at the project entrances. That's part of the road DCA.
DCA stands for.
Developer Contribution Agreement, sorry.
You don't be sorry.
I know we speak that language, and a lot of people haven't learned to speak that language yet, so I apologize.
It's okay.
And then we also have a utility developer contribution agreement. Again, we will be providing 5 acres for the utilities, and we will be prepaying 250 ERCs, equivalent residential connections, for both water and sewer, and we can redeem those prepaid at 50% for each of those related to as we pull permits. So basically, it'll take us 500 units to use up the 250 prepaid units. I think I've hit all the highlights related to the village. We went to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the SRA, and staff's recommending approval. And obviously, we've negotiated both the utility developer contribution agreement and the road or transportation developer contribution agreement with your staff. We're also setting up a community development district, which is a special local purpose independent government that will be involved in funding infrastructure and other parts of the village. We've been deemed to be fiscally neutral, which is also a requirement of the growth management plan. And I think I've hit all the highlights. We're available to answer any questions you may have from me or the team. And what I forget? Mr. Mulhare reminded me that.
Next one, you just passed it.
Did I?
It was in.
I don't think so, Bob. It's at the very end.
It's highlighted in yellow.
It's right there.
Yeah, that's it.
This is a minor change that we agreed to with Jamie Cook. We needed to add the words as applicable. Should be required to get any approvals from any other agencies. If we're required to do that, we will. If we're not, then we'll just have these management plans approved. But that's been reviewed and approved by your environmental staff. And with that, I think I've covered everything I needed to cover in our presentation. and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
You did a very thorough job of explaining this well in advance, so I don't have any question, nor does my colleagues. So let's go to the staff report, and then we'll have public comment.
Mike Posey, Planning and Zoning Director. One difference I'd like to point out, and Mr. Ivanovich provided our summary. We are making a recommendation of approval, and it was a unanimous recommendation with a couple conditions that were put on by the Planning Commission. One thing I would like to point out to our newest members, this is an SRA. The requirement for a PUD approval,
Stand for?
a stewardship receiving area. The requirement for a PUD requires a supermajority, but this is in the rural land stewardship area, an overlay within our growth management plan. It's been determined by administrative law judge that for approval, you only need 3 votes, not a supermajority of 4 votes. And why that is for them to come here and request this village, they had to create a stewardship sending area. It's an SSA, meaning they had to set aside a number of acres, so about a 3-to-1 exchange towards where they have to set aside those acres. They will receive credits. Those credits would entitle this land. So they're already in the program somewhat. So it only requires a 3-vote, not a 4-vote supermajority. Staff is recommending approval. We have had a third party determine that the fiscal neutrality was appropriate and seemed to meet that level of neutrality. And staff would be entertaining questions that you may have.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, we have 4 registered speakers for this item. First up, Rayanne Burton, and she will be followed by Mike Petcher.
God bless you, by the way.
Good afternoon. My name is Rayanne Burton, Rural Golden Gate Estates. The estate residents are requesting the BCC's help in protecting our quality of life, water source, and wildlife environment. Development should be part of the estate's solution, not a separate problem. It is no place for high-end, high-rise rentals on our timeshares. Allowing developers to disregard the growth management plan endangers wildlife, destroys habitat, and the unique area. Creates traffic congestion, exhaustion, pollution, accidents, some fatal, more since development started 2 years ago. Increased demand on water creates more demand on our public utilities. We don't want to become Miami West. Please hear the strong objections of the impacted residents. Don't approve any amendments that only favors the developers. Everyone has a right to develop their property, but not at the cost of another. Roads are not the problem. Building congested, dense communities is. All we want is to enjoy our homes and our properties without pollution, traffic congestion. Take a walk without fear of being hit by someone cutting through the estates. We moved to the estates to enjoy nature, open spaces. Some have invested their entire life savings in their property. Please help us protect our quality of life free from congested traffic and pollution. These projects are not beneficial to the estate residents. Please don't approve.
Your next speaker is Mike Petcher. He will be followed by Brad Cornell.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Mike Petcher, and I'm here representing the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association. On October 18th, the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association met and passed a resolution. The Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association requests the Commissioners to require Bright Shore Village to revise their commitment to recognize that a study at the Red Hawk and Immokalee intersection is warranted, and that the developers of Bright Shore Village will share the expense with the Immokalee Road Rural Villages for a study, design, and construction of the intersection improvements at no expense to the county or adjacent property owners, with appropriate deadlines. Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association requests the Commissioners to require Bright Shore Villages to improve turning lanes on Immokalee Road at Friendship and Lilac Lane. Bright Shore Village's proposed road plan connects their development to Red Hawk Lane, a private road located within the boundary of Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association, thereby impacting the intersection of Red Hawk Lane and Immokalee Road. Bright Shore Village is expected to increase peak traffic volume on Immokalee Road through the association neighborhood by an amount equivalent to the current traffic level, which results in a traffic level that exceeds the level of service on this two-lane highway. Thank you.
Michael. Your next speaker is Brad Cornell, and he will be followed by Meredith Budd.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Brad Cornell. I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades and Audubon, Florida, and its Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. This proposal is coming before you as part of the Rural Land Stewardship Program, as you heard Mike Bosey talk about. And it's important to remember that this is a strategy to reduce the amount of space, acreage, and impact of accommodating increased population growth in Collier County going forward. You know, as a conservation organization, I would love it if people would stop coming to Florida and stop coming here. I'm happy just here by myself. Where are all these people coming from? But that's not my prerogative, and it's not any of our prerogative. Our job is to figure out how do we accommodate the increase over the coming decades in population without harming the resources on which we all depend, the water resources, the water quality, the wildlife, the habitat. That's absolutely vital for the sustainability of Collier County and the attractiveness of why we all are moving here. So in that vein, that is why Audubon has been supporting rural land stewardship strategies that put commercial and residential uses together. Look at Golden Gate Estates, where you see very little commercial. People who live there have to drive a long way to get to their commercial. It's one of the things that drives traffic problems on roads like 846 and Immokalee Road. So let's figure out a better way to do that. Let's mix those uses, and let's have these kinds of villages that also require, in order for their entitlement, this village is requiring credits from Stewardship Sending Area 6. That sending area is down by the Panther Refuge. It is a huge sending area, and they're taking over 5,000 credits from that to make that a permanent stewardship area. And we think that's a great deal. It's a 3-to-1 benefit. 3 acres of panther habitat for every acre of this new village. I think that's a compromise that is worthy of our support. And so I urge you to move forward with this because of that scenario. This is a smart way to deal with population growth that is inevitable. We've got to deal with this in a sustainable way that does not kill panthers, does not harm our water quality and resources. So thanks very much.
Mr. Chair, your final registered speaker on this item is Meredith Budd.
Good afternoon. Meredith Budd on behalf of the Florida Wildlife Federation. Welcome to the 2 new commissioners. Appreciate the time to speak. The Florida Wildlife Federation, we use the panther as our guiding species for much of our work, and that's because the panther is an umbrella species. So when you protect the panther, you end up protecting a whole multitude of
Go
other
slow.
wildlife.
Poor Terry's working on.
And so when we talk about Collier County, which is the heart of panther habitat as we move out east, Collier County is not immune to population growth. And out of the rural lands that surround Immokalee, 90% are privately owned. So the Federation recognizes and understands that these landowners have vested rights for potential development across this region. And since growth and development are going to continue across Southwest Florida, the future of our panther, this charismatic cat, depend on the land use decisions that you all make here today. And when you look at the estates pre-development, it was actually predominantly wetlands, and a lot of it resembled what we would see out in the rural land stewardship area today. And so it's evident with even federal protections that we have in place, like the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, that it's not really protecting our most important natural resources as we see what happened in Golden Gate Estates. So we need to take that step with the rural land stewardship area overlay. And it's why it's so critical in order to protect these wildlife movement corridors and our water resources. And that's precisely why the Federation is so supportive of the Rural Land Stewardship Area program. By designating stewardship receiving areas, which is what is before you today, that's how the program works in terms of getting that conservation. We get conservation, preservation, and potentially restoration of these important areas by allowing for compact development to go into areas that are of lesser environmental value, like a cleared farm field, of which the project that is being presented to you today is. And on top of that, we've been working with the applicant for years, and on this project since its inception, that they've been also amenable to implementing some wildlife conflict mitigation measures like bear-proof trash cans and things of the like that will help to minimize any sort of conflict that could arise from being on lands that are surrounded by such conservation areas. And for the item that is attached to this for the right-of-way, what I did want to just place on your radar is that this area is surrounded by conservation lands, Crew to the west and to the north, and then Conservation Collier has a targeted protection strategy for Panther Walk, which is just to the south side of Immokalee. So just to have on your radar as you're looking at a potential widening right-of-way into the future, there is a need for a wildlife crossing on Immokalee Road to ensure this natural currently occurring wildlife movement corridor where wildlife, panthers, bears are going from Crew upwards north of Immokalee into the northern part of Crew, that they can continue to persist, especially as traffic increases and the road is potentially widened. That's not necessarily for today's decision, but something to keep on your radar and understand as you move forward with potential road widening. A crossing is needed in that area to maintain wildlife corridor movement and protecting those animals and for human safety on that road. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. With that, we'll close the public speaking portion of it. I have a, if I may, I have a quick question for Trinity, for our staff. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You know, in the developer contribution agreement portion of this application, are you satisfied that the applicant has come forward with sufficient funding to support the needs of the community with regard to the impacts of this project from a traffic standpoint?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The intersection of Red Hawk and Immokalee Road intertwines with the Immokalee Rural Village project, which I think we approved it 2 months ago, if I'm not mistaken, about 2 months ago. And it's imperative that that intersection that coincides with Immokalee Rural Village and what we are talking today about with Red Hawk is improved in some form or format. So, and I think we have language in the Immokalee Rural Village project to ensure that they're taking up and paying their proportionate share. Is this developer doing the same thing?
So the Immokalee Road Rural Village has gone through the growth management plan process. They have not come back in for a village or a PUD yet. However, we have been working with them on this same intersection. So this particular, the developer agreement indicates that the developer would pay their proportionate share towards the study. I'm trying to find where it is. The study, design, and construction of the intersection, as well as there is a commitment that they have reserved right-of-way in the vicinity, a corner clip, if you will, that would allow us to be able to encroach on their property depending on how the intersection would line up.
As you know, I'm president of the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association. Commissioner Coletta created the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association in 2000. And I tried to get Mr. Petcher to take on the president last time when they elected us, and he wouldn't do it. So I got bequeathed to be the president again. Our neighborhood has concerns because we all the majority of us access Immokalee Road on private roads that come in contact with the Immokalee Road. Has any discussion been had with regard to improvements or of safety and such as what was mentioned by the association?
So with the specific developer, the only improvements that I can ask them to make have to be, have a rational nexus back to their development. And we would typically not ask a developer to add a turn lane to a private roadway based on the increase of traffic of the through lane. We have looked at it from a staff perspective of just looking at the area, but we do not have any current projects identified to add turn lanes.
And has any investigation been accomplished with regard to utilities along that right of way as to where they're located and what proximity they are for those intersections?
We have not gone through that level of detail with regard to a design.
Okay. Thank you. Ready for you.
As you know, Barron Collier Companies has been here for quite a while and has prided itself on, you know, going above and beyond what's the legal requirements. After receiving the letter and giving it some further thought and discussion, Barron Collier Companies is willing to participate in some improvements to the road. They are committed to contributing up to an additional $50,000 above what's already in the agreement to be used by the county how it deems fit to address neighborhood-related concerns. It's something that they want to do above and beyond what's legally required, and is willing to do that and put it towards road improvements. And hopefully that the neighborhood will see that as beneficial to the neighborhood, because we've already agreed, as you know, in the agreement to address Red Hawk.
Right.
This is beyond Red Hawk. And just real briefly, I know maybe the new commissioners know we're not part of the estates. We're our own separate area, which is the rural land stewardship area. So this program, as you've heard from both Brad and Meredith, is a program that is beneficial to the environment and has been negotiated and been in place since the early 2000s, and we are now implementing that program. And with that, we are requesting that the Board of County Commissioners approve all 4 related items, the SRA, the 2 developer contribution agreements, and the creation of the establishment of the CDD. If you have any further questions, we're happy to answer any questions.
If I can repeat what I think I just heard you say, was that Barron Collier Companies will contribute up to an additional $50,000 for safety improvements, turning lanes, so on and so forth, along the corridor to the west of where Bright Shores has its access point there. Primary access point right now is going to be, I think, I heard at Red Hawk and Immokalee Road.
No, that's not the primary entrance at all. That's actually a very limited, trying to get to the master plan real quick. The primary.
Oh, okay, the primary is back to the east of that intersection. The park access will be off of Red Hawk. Okay.
Yes, that can be off of there, or it can be through this main roadway as all, additionally this way. Because as you know, Red Hawk is a private road.
Yes, sir. I'm well aware. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm fully aware of the prohibition on illegal exactions, and as I was listening to the presentation, I was going to ask you if there was any ability to provide some funding for that Red Hawk Immokalee Road intersection. I think you offered up $50,000 for.
Actually, the developer contribution agreement we've already committed to paying our fair share towards the study and the improvements, necessary improvements for Red Hawk and Immokalee Road. This would be in addition to.
Yeah, and I was going to ask if you would be willing to make an additional contribution, but I was thinking more in terms of about $100,000 instead of $50,000. So I'll just simply ask: do you have any flexibility there?
I shouldn't. For those of you who are old enough, the old Saturn dealerships where you make your best offer. We went in at the top number instead of coming in lower to go up.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
No one does that.
I know. Maybe I should have.
You're under oath. All right. Thank you.
So it's a 50,000.
Mr. Chair, my apologies. We had a gentleman who had registered on Zoom. He'd been online all day, and when I went to call him, he had dropped off, lost his connection. So if we could take him at that time, this time, that would be great.
Yeah, that'll be fine. I have closed the public hearing. Do I need to reopen it to be able to hear this poor soul?
I just put him on.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Schwartz, I can see you're unmuted. Go ahead, please, sir.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. And apologize, I lost the connection briefly and back on right now. This is my second time speaking on this issue. The first time was to the Collier County Planning Commission. And I closed my comments there with the suggestion that the county bring in the federal scientists who, as you all know, worked 10 years on a draft biological opinion on the entire RLSA, although that in that context, it was called the Habitat Conservation Plan for Eastern Collier. The plan was written over a 10-year period. Earlier this year, the federal scientists or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service received a letter from the Eastern Collier property owners, including this one, saying we're quitting the process. I want to talk about that a little bit. It's unfortunate that they dropped out before the plan could be finalized. The ending had a very strange conclusion. The RLSA or the HCP would not create jeopardy for the Florida panther. Jeopardy is the likelihood of extinction. What happened here was that the scientists actually did the research, though, and they did find significant evidence for jeopardy in terms of massive amounts of, remember, we're not just talking about these 600 acres. This is a part of a 45,000 acre development. This level of habitat loss, this level of habitat fragmentation, but especially the roadkill, they predicted at least 10 more panthers killed per year on the basis of this project, meaning the entire RLSA. That's unacceptable, especially when you look at the context. 25 panthers have been killed this year. 27, actually, 25 by roadkill. The property owners made some ridiculous comments. They said that you can't look at roadkill from our project. We're only asking you to analyze the impacts of harassment on animals during construction. Whatever happens off-site, off of our properties, has nothing to do with us. But of course, that added traffic, and they analyzed how much more traffic, something close to 1 million new vehicle trips a year from all this development. And remember, the RLSA isn't the whole package. It also includes Immokalee Road Rural Village, the last project you guys approved during Hurricane Ian, actually during the evacuation for Hurricane Ian. There were other silly things in the letter of withdrawal saying that besides not being able to analyze the roadkill, it has nothing to do with us, is that the RLSA is better, as Meredith Budd was saying, than what would come after. The feds don't do it that way. When they look at a project, they look at the impacts to the baseline environmental conditions, what's there now, not some hypothetical future of build out. They say, what's there right now? What's there right now is rural lands with no population. You put these projects on it and suddenly you're changing it completely. That's what they analyzed. And the property owner said, you can't analyze that. You can only look at what we tell you to look at. It doesn't work that way. They weren't happy and they quit. They were sore losers and they quit. What I'm suggesting to you right now, I want to close on this, bring the federal scientists in. They spent 10 years writing this draft opinion. For the Planning Commission to say, don't bother us with federal scientists, we did our own 2-year review. Who is the better expert on this issue? Impacts on the Florida panther. Federal scientists who work on endangered species impacts, or the so-called experts that the county brought in. I'm not trying to denigrate the process, but there was an alternative process that took place over a long period of time by federal scientists. Why don't you put this on hold, bring the federal scientists in for a workshop, let the public attend as well, have your experts there, hash it out. Is this acceptable? Is this going to lead to jeopardy for the Florida panther? The federal scientists believe it will. I strongly believe it will.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your 3-minute bell went off. Okay, now we are done with the public comment. So with that, any other questions from my colleagues? Well, I'll call for a motion then. The recommendation is that we approve the project from staff and with the comments and such from the Planning Commission.
So moved.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the project with the commitments that the developer has made, also included in that, in today's hearing with regard to the additional.
He's asked, Mr. Yovanovich has asked the question, is this to all four of them? And I assume that includes the $100,000.
For 50, yes, sir.
Yeah, the 50.
Commissioners,
50.
for clarification, we're taking
9C, D, 11B, and C.
Okay. Right.
We're going to do them all in one shot.
Yes.
If that's okay with the motion maker and second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve all these with those additions. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign, same sound, so moved. Thank you.
Commissioner. Yeah. No, we'll take a
Good move on 100.
Just kidding. Commissioners, that brings us to item 9B. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Collier County, Florida, amending ordinance number 2004-41 as amended. The Collier County, this is Maple Lane.
Okay.
9B. The Collier County Land Development Code, which established the comprehensive zoning regulations for the unincorporated area of Collier County, Florida, by amending the appropriate zoning atlas map or maps, by changing the zoning classification of the herein described real property from a rural agricultural zoning district to a residential single-family 4 zoning district, to allow up to 13 single-family dwelling units with a maximum density of up to 2.45 plus or minus dwelling units per acre on property located at 5715 Maple Lane, west of the Myrtle Cove Acres Unit 1 subdivision, north of Maple Lane, and southwest of Tamiami Trail East in Section 30, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. This requires ex parte and to be sworn in.
All right, Commissioner Kowal, do you have any ex parte?
Yes, ex parte disclosure, meetings and email.
Commissioner Saunders?
Same things, meetings and emails.
I have none. I have no disclosures on this particular item. Commissioner LaCastro
I have meetings, correspondence, and emails.
and Commissioner Hall.
Just meetings only.
So with that, we'll do the swearing in. Anybody that has opportunity to speak, please stand, raise your right hand.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Wayne Arnold with Grady Minor & Associates, a certified planner, representing the owners of the property at 5175 Maple Lane. Our project team consists of Rich Ivanovich, who's our land use counsel, Mike Dellett, one of the professional engineers from our firm, has been working on the water management design, Jim Banks is our traffic consultant, and Marco Espinar did the minor environmental work. And I'll make the principal's short presentation, and if you have questions, we'll bring up our experts as may be necessary.
Please.
So this property is just over 5 acres. It's located west of Myrtle Cove Acres, south of Tamiami Trail. It's, as I said, a little over 5 acres. It's in your urban area. It qualifies for a density of up to 3 units per acre for standard housing without any affordable housing. So that gets us to about 16 dwelling units. Through the process, we agreed to limit the residential density number to 13 overall dwelling units, so it brings us in at just under 2.5 dwelling units per acre. The property has water and sewer services to it, and we've made a couple of conditions. The rezoning, as is the title, is for conventional zoning, straight zoning as some people call it. It's not a planned unit development. This is RSF4 zoning. All the surrounding properties are also zoned RSF4, so it made sense for us to just come through the straight zoning process. They're not that common, but they do occur, and your staff has offered some conditions of approval for the project. So we're going from agricultural use to the RSF4 zoning. The property historically has been altered and used for landscape nursery operations, so it's had a commercial use on the property for a number of years. The RSF4 requirements, I'm not going to go through all of them, but it allows only single-family dwellings. It allows only those to be on certain lot sizes. In this case, 70 feet is your minimum lot width. We agreed to a conceptual plan. It's not required for conventional rezoning, but we can show you how the 13 units would be located on, in this case, not a cul-de-sac, but it's called a hammerhead design for the internal street. So there would be a Maple Lane and an easement and a utility easement. That's one of the other conditions, and then this is our conceptual design. Our neighborhood meeting also raised some issues with regard to drainage in the area. So you'll find in the list of 8 conditions, we made a commitment on water management design as part of the 25-year 3-a-day design storm event, which is typical of what our design standard is. And then we also agreed to, doesn't look like much, but this is a conceptual water management system, and we agreed to discharge. So on the right side of the screen in this area, that would be an outfall structure south of Maple Lane. If you go back to the aerial, we had some conversations with your staff, but there is a canal that runs around the property, and there's a discharge structure that was part of your Laley area stormwater improvement plan, and we agreed to discharge south of that to make sure that we weren't discharging to the north and thereby having any potential negative impact on the nearby property owners. One of the other commitments that's in there, Raintree Lane, which is this property, this street, we agreed that no construction access nor project access would be allowed on Raintree Lane. And so that is one of the first commitments that is in the list of commitments. With that, that's our brief presentation. Staff recommends approval. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. I'm not going to go through all the 18 standard findings for rezoning, but we've addressed those as part of the application and part of the record with the Planning Commission, and we're consistent with your comprehensive plan and ask you to approve it.
Now we'll hear from staff.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. As stated by the applicant, this was unanimously recommended for approval from the Planning Commission, subject to staff's suggested conditions. Staff has found it compliant with the growth management plan, recognizing that there was more density that was available, but they've tried to right-size their lots in comparison to the existing neighborhood that sits to the east. And staff is recommending approval. Like I said, there was unanimously recommended for approval from the Planning Commission as well, and any questions that you may have from staff's perspective.
Thank you. Now we'll move to the public comment.
Mr. Chair, we have 3 registered speakers for this item. Your first speaker is Ryan Young, and he will be followed by William Bennett.
Thank you. Ryan Young, local business owner and resident of Raintree Lane in Myrtle Cove Acres. And thank you guys for having me and giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I've been through this whole process. It's my first time going through this whole process, and I'm pretty excited to be at the end of it in front of the decision makers. You know, it's kind of been checking boxes and pushing papers up until this point, but you guys have the ability to decide in another way. And, you know, Commissioner Hall said earlier that he wants to make decisions that are right and that makes sense. So that rings a bell with me, and it has a lot to do with this project, my neighborhood, which in my mind is the Pine Ridge Estates of East Naples. And I'll tell you why. You know, we reduced the density in this new project to be 13 units per acre, an RSF4 designation, which is currently what our community is zoned as. Whether that's correct or not is the real question here. Our community predates our zoning ordinances, and if you look at the lot sizes around our community, they're a whole lot different than what's about to go in. My lot is one on the smaller side of the average for the community, with 100-foot width and 175-foot depth for about 17,000 square feet of space for one lot. This is going to be less than half of that. So whether or not RSF4 is appropriate for our community is the question at hand, because right now we're using it is what it is to approve the new zoning for this area. But our neighborhood doesn't fall within RSF4 zoning. It's more somewhere in between RSF2 and RSF3. every lot with the exception of one on both Raintree and Maple Lane fall under that category. So this might be an antiquated thing. The zoning might have been just, all right, we need to put the zoning on this. Let's make it RSF4. Is that the right thing to do? I don't know. I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit and look at what's appropriate for our entire community and whether putting a square peg in a round hole is going to make sense on a 5-acre lot abutting agricultural and a neighborhood that is closer aligned with RSF2 or RSF3 versus RSF4, which would reduce the density a little bit. We understand this lot's going to be developed. We just want to do it in a smart way. To take our little crown jewel of East Naples here, our nice big lots, mostly business owners, families, working people, instead of building little country club style living nestled back in there, our community has a certain feel to it, and I think that's what makes it so attractive and why we love it so much. So I hope that you guys consider the zoning of our neighborhood in general, maybe an overlay, maybe changing. If I didn't run 2 businesses, I would have already founded a POA and started the process, but a little too busy for that. But thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Ryan.
I have a question.
Commissioner Ryan, don't go away, please. Commissioner LaCastro.
Yeah, first, I really appreciate you being here and being as active as you have been. I will tell you, I had a lot of concerns as well for this project, but a lot of things have been changed, reduced, consolidated. What I would ask you is you can always hold out for a little bit more, and that's what you're sort of saying here, but having seen what the project initially was or could have been and what it is now, I mean, what is your, like you said, you're living closer to it than anybody else here in the room. I mean, are you, I have to think you have to have some positive feel that this could have been something much worse, but due to a lot of negotiations, probably even a lot of vocal things that you and others have said, things that I've done behind the scenes, boy, I really feel like it's I never want to say as good as it's going to get, because that's sort of a bit naive, but I'm really encouraged by what I see now and what I think I could have seen and even what I was seeing on this project way back when. Would you agree with that, or do you feel like there's still some non-negotiable things that you're just shaking your head over?
Well, I've definitely seen improvement, as you said. The thing that concerns me a little bit more than even the project itself is if we zone this RSF4, then does that lock our entire community into RSF4? Like, our lots are big enough for a developer to come in and plow down one of the old homes, create an easement along the side and split it in 2, and then we become Naples Manor, which we're definitely not that. So do we open Pandora's box and let that happen to the whole neighborhood? Or do we consider looking a little bit closer at what the zoning should be rather than just it is what it is, and then apply that to this project so that we don't set the precedent right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I mean, with you here in the room and having our staff here, and maybe, we'll let the chairman decide, who goes first and who goes next. But I'd love to hear our staff answer that question, because you said it in a very, very eloquent way. And I think they have a very definitive answer, and it's important to sort of have it heard in this room while we're, on the record. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Your next speaker is William Bennett. He'll be followed by, and I'll do my best here, Kubra Acuiz. I'm so sorry.
Hey guys, my name is William Bennett. I live on Raintree Lane. If I could use cursor here. Let's see.
We're not sure it works. We can see it right there on the map, though, William. You hit too many buttons.
Just the first street north of that is where I live.
1 second, William. If you would go back to the previous map, there a picture that was up there. I think he hit a button.
Wayne will have to do that, sir. I'm not familiar with the
Okay.
PowerPoint there.
There we go.
Okay.
That's where I live. As a kid, I lived on Maple Lane, and actually that lot that we're talking about, we played baseball on it. And right across where the new drainage is going to be was our lot, and our house no longer exists there, and there's now a canal. But so I've got a long standing in the neighborhood, and some of us are even 4, 5, and 6 generations in the community. I know growth has to happen. I live on it. That's part of my business. But I just want to see it fair. I think Ryan basically hit on everything I wanted to talk about, and that's a zoning change on the property If we allow the 5 acres to have that much density, what happens when the next 5 acres beside it sells? And now we have that additional traffic going down. If you were to take that highlighted area in yellow and you move it over our area where we live, that's only 9 houses. Why not just match what the existing community has? That's all I'm asking for. Because sooner or later, that last 5 acres is going to change, and it's going to be under the same zoning as what's going to happen here today. And that's all I need to say.
Thank you, sir.
Your final speaker is Kubra Accuse.
Hi, my name is Kubra Accuse. I live on actually Maple Lane where the project will be happening. Maple Lane has historically been flooding issues. Actually, my house gets up to 6 to 7 inches of flooding inside the house. A few years ago, I don't know if Amy Patterson remembers, she has been in my house while there was flooding happening. I have tried everything that I possibly can. I've tried to talk to the city engineers and anyone who I could get in contact with the city, and all I've gotten answer was, your neighborhood is old, it takes a long time to get the drainage systems renewed, and there's nothing we can do at the moment. So with these 13 homes going in, even though they said they are going to control their own water, it's still going to change a lot of the waterways. And they are not going to be improving anything on the street either. So what am I supposed to do, swim in my house at that point? I literally get water inside my house, and they're building 13 more homes, and they're not touching the existing drainage systems. I am worried the flooding is going to get bad. I'm worried the traffic is going to be even worse, because we currently barely fit 1 car as we go on the road. And the other car, if there's 2 cars, 1 car has to step aside, let the other car through. They have no answers for us. They keep saying, oh, the Naples Manor has the same roadways as you guys do, but we're not Naples Manors. We're on a cul-de-sac, and we do not have the traffic they do. My biggest concern is the flooding issues. I have collected 85 signatures from all the neighbors, and I have emailed some of them to you guys. Nobody's wanting this to happen. Maybe they could lower the number of housing. Maybe that will help the flooding a little bit more. Or maybe they could help with the improving of the drainage system if they are going to build those 13 homes. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing portion of that. Commissioner LaCastro, do you have a question of staff?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to bring Mr. Bosey back to the podium and have him address the concerns of the citizens, because they're valid and they're similar to the concerns I've had in the meetings I've had about this project.
Mike Bosey, Plan and Zoning Director. Point out the density being sought is 2.45. They suggested somewhere between RSF2 and RSF3. The density that is being requested is 2.45. So it's where they are requesting. I can't do anything with this zoning action. I could do nothing to prevent individuals within that existing RSF4 zoning district from subdividing their lots to what the RSF4 would allow for if they had enough area. This zoning action will have no effect upon what they can and can't rezone or subdivide their property to based upon their RSF4 zoning designation. And if you look, you see Treviso Bay PUD, C4, Maselli PUD, C4, RSF4, Ag, RMF6. By no means is this a ubiquitous area of single-family 4. This is an eclectic mix of zoning within a localized area. We feel, from a staff's perspective, that the 2.45 units that they're requesting is appropriate for the area. We understand this, the low-lying issue and the stormwater concerns, and I know Trini had said at the Planning Commission this is one of the areas that they have identified as a trouble spot, and there have been some recent improvements, and they feel that this project can provide for a benefit to the stormwater in the area. But from being able to restrict what could happen within their RSF4 zoning district, I would suggest to them that if they're concerned about that lot splits in the future, maybe to seek a rezone that's more appropriate towards how their lots are configured. But that, we can't control, the staff couldn't control that aspect on the rezoning of this 5.3 acre parcel. And that's, from a staff perspective, how we would view those individual issues.
You okay with that?
I'm going to have probably a follow-up, but I think Commissioner Hall's got a question.
He does.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, going to RS4 is not setting a precedent for the neighbors because they already are there. And if I understand it right, the water historically is flowing away from you into the new area. And they've agreed to handle the water that's coming historically as well as their own. Is that correct?
That was a commitment they had made at the Planning Commission. So yes, correct.
My question is for the existing stormwater facilities. Do we have plans to assist this woman who's having flooding now?
Commissioner, I myself have been out there several times. As she accurately described, it is a low-lying area with an older stormwater management system, being kind as we are with some of these older neighborhoods. They don't have the benefit of a modern stormwater system. So we continuously monitor the area. I know Jerry's been out there a number of times. We've been out in the night, we've been out in the day. We have plans everywhere that we can, as we talked about earlier, to improve maintenance and to look at these areas. My thoughts when I heard about this were to, with the applicant agreeing to accept the off-site flows and control that stormwater discharge, let's see how this system performs. It may in fact improve the situation, and we will continue to explore all options to not only prioritize this for any kind of future maintenance or upgrades, but also see how this system interacts with a managed system.
Quick, if someone could please bring up the picture of the development. And did I hear you say that they're willing to accept the off-site flows that are coming from the east?
That's what they committed to at the Planning Commission.
And so therefore then, why is their water management clear over, or are you flowing it through your property to your water management area that's over on the west side? Or
For the record, it's Wayne Arnold. If you don't mind, could we have Mike Dellett just give you a brief once-over about what we're doing? I don't think we said we were accepting all the stormwater. There may be stormwater that's flowing onto our site that we're going to take and manage, and I'll let Mike describe how that works.
Let me clarify that is if the water's already flowing that way, this happens everywhere from Immokalee all the way to the coast, is that water flows through development after it trickles down trying to make its ultimate discharge. The intent of this development is not to impede that flow. I think most of what people think is when new developments go in, all of a sudden they're going to be pushing their water off onto folks, and especially low-lying folks. They're managing their own water as they're required to, and they're not going to impede the flow of water that is coming that way already. And in fact, they are going to have now the benefit of it going through a managed process. Does that?
Does this water management system have attenuation for off-site is the question.
For the record, I'm Mike Dellett, engineer with Grady Minor, and I would agree with Ms. Patterson here. She spoke with that well. So the water management system is designed to attenuate, or will be designed to attenuate a 25-year, 3-day storm event, which is the water management district requirement. So that would be reviewed accordingly by your staff when we submit it. We haven't designed that yet, and I made a promise I'll meet with the neighbors out there to review everything before we do design that. There are other easements on the property for conveyance of stormwater, and we'll work with county staff on improving those easements as needed. And certainly we'll look at any water coming from off-site and manage that appropriately as promised.
Okay. Commissioner LaCastro.
Well, I think we've answered one question, which is the rezoning of this property doesn't automatically make it possible to rezone everything else. I mean, in a nutshell, saying that. But one of the things I do like, and when we voted on Bright Shore, even though Commissioner Saunders tried to squeeze an extra 50,000, which I always like that approach because it works a lot of times. I am always encouraged when a developer comes to the table and knows that there's a lot of moving parts with either water or the road or safety. And as part of getting our vote, getting our approval, they feel a sense of partnership in the community. And so I guess what I would ask, and I don't want to reinvent the watch here at voting time, but also this is a big major project. So if if it needs to be continued, or if we need to sit here for another hour, these votes are important. It's going to affect this lady and this entire neighborhood forever. So we don't just say this is as good as it's going to get. I guess my question would be a combination of you, Ms. Patterson, knowing this area better than anybody maybe, and actually I haven't stood in her house, but you have, and also a conversation with the developer. Is there something that we could ask or you could offer that if you're saying, wow, it's a low-lying area with a lot of old infrastructure and we'll keep it on the short list, well, already knowing that, while they bring in the bulldozers and they're getting ready to make some changes and what I would consider improvements to this property, is there something that they could commit to or that we would ask that would improve the water flow for that entire footprint, not just the new area? So it's great that all the newly developed area is going to have brand new everything, but really, it's that area around it. Is there anything that we've studied or that we could list that we could get more of a confirmation out of the developer rather than just, hey, we'll continue to work closely with the neighborhood and see what we can do? Is there something we could do that's a much stronger with a little more meat on the bone?
So as Jerry comes up, I'm just going to say that some of these areas are a real struggle. They just are. It is just that balance of the old against the new, and it's not the new causing it. So on that vein, it's finding that balance of how we can work together without unduly burdening the new development, because the problem exists today. They didn't create the problem. The problem is there, and it's going to be there with or without them. Hopefully it gets better with them. So what I'm encouraging, also they are, as was mentioned earlier, is they're very, very close to an advanced stormwater management system, the LACIP project. So if Jerry has any suggestions of ways that we can partner, we're absolutely willing to. But as far as asking the developer to fix this problem is not what I would suggest. I would suggest, as Mr. Dellett is committed, is that we get out with the neighbors. We explain they let them explain the situation, let them see the situation. And see how we can partner. It's a small area, which is helpful. We're not dealing with blocks and blocks and blocks, but we'll let Mr. Kurtz put his 2 cents in, since we dealt with this for the last 7 years together.
Yes, we did, Amy. Thank you, Jerry Kurtz, for the record. Your road maintenance and stormwater maintenance director. There is some things that we can work with as the site gets engineered on that west end of Raintree. A couple of years ago, we identified an unused drainage easement, and we cleared the drainage easement, and we constructed an outfall ditch for Maple to try to relieve some of the high water that was being experienced on, Raintree. We put in a nice outfall ditch that goes directly west out the end of Raintree and then turns 90 degrees and heads north and runs into our LACIP canal. I was also the project manager in charge of building the LACIP canal. The LACIP canal serves this whole entire area and areas far to the north as a major stormwater outfall. It's working very well, but I do want to say the control elevation at the downstream end of this system is elevation 1.7. That's important because we're operating on the margin here. A high tide could be higher than 1.7. So we've optimized everything we can in the neighborhood with that trunk line system. We continue to watch it and maintain it. And the weir, there is a weir down there in the Treviso Bay area where all this dead ends at 2 lakes in Treviso Bay. It's off the map. But there's a long weir there, like all our LACIP outfalls. We have big, long spreader weirs on lakes on all 3 of our lace-up outfalls. So we're constantly monitoring that system as well to make sure that 1.7, when that is reached, the water can flow over very lightly into the tidal receiving waters. Very confident in that system. It works very well. So that, watching that, and also the connection to the project potentially at Raintree, we could optimize those flows even more. I'll be glad to do that with the applicant's engineer. And as well, the Maple Lane situation, I was there multiple times with Amy. That is a tough situation. The structure we're talking about is an auxiliary structure that did get water inside it behind the main home. Yeah, I guess there was people living in there, but what I'm trying to say is it's a very low-lying structure behind the main house. It did flood. The flooding was bad, but we can't really service a private structure like that. The water of the elevation that builds in that backyard is literally below our control elevation. So we can't drain a depressed area like that, unfortunately, even when it's in somebody's backyard and behind the main home. That said, there are more opportunities on Maple Lane, Cypress Lane, and even on Raintree for the culvert replacement, the driveway culvert replacements that we do when we find a substandard culvert for drainage. Maybe it's not collapsing, but maybe it's deemed too small or holding up the regional neighborhood flows on the street. We do go in and replace those culverts, and sometimes that can make a huge difference for a minor little flooding issue on a street. So there's another tool we have in our toolbox. So there's 3 items there that I'm very confident we can work and keep working. And as far as what I've analyzed this project to be, it's coming in for drainage for the area. It's coming in neutral. It won't screw up the works at all. And there might be an opportunity to enhance the neighborhood drainage for the area. So very confident to make those statements to you today.
Commissioner LaCastro.
So, first of all, no one knows stormwater drainage better in the county than the man standing at the podium here, or at least the man who's educated me in the short time I've been in the seat. So what I liked hearing from you are the things that we did, Jerry, but the digging of the ditch and what you explained happened after that we've done on our own as the county. You're sort of alluding to that it could be done. I understand the culverts, and one of the things I will say is the culverts may not help the water flow. They would. I mean, if we replaced every culvert there, but those aren't cheap, as you know, so we'll get to that. But the ditch that we dug and the things that we did that were sort of small to medium in cost and effort and whatnot, are there things that are small to medium that we could do more now that you think would make an immediate positive, additional positive impact? One of the things I don't like in this conversation that I'm hearing is, let's build this, and we think it might make the drainage a little bit better for the citizens who currently live there, and then if it doesn't, we'll be back here and see what we can do. I think if it makes the drainage better, great, but I also think besides the building of this, and this is in my district, so I mean, I'm sorry if I'm eating up time, but this is an important footprint. And I think we all agree that. I'm not saying nobody does, but is there something you think we could do that's small to medium, coinciding with this new development? I mean, I want to support this development and vote for it, but also I don't want to then just walk away and forget about it and then hope after we cut a ribbon on this community that the drainage did get better. So is there something currently that you think we could do that would be that would make a positive effect of a measurable nature?
Well, I do think, and I hate as well, like you, the statements, but that we have to try things and see how they work. But like it or not, unfortunately, that is a small part of our business. We can't model and engineer everything on this 25-year, 3-day event. I've overseen many little drainage efforts where we just go out and try something and see how it works. And often they do work and they work well. That's just the nature of the beast. Do I like it? No. Like you, I don't like it. But we have solved a lot of problems that way. So in that northeast corner, that's where the rain tree water comes to join the project. So right there, like Mike said and the petitioner said, the engineering isn't done yet. So that's when we can start giving a hard look at where the rain tree lane water moving westward, is it more efficient to take it into and through, or is it more efficient to take it around in a perimeter system? I think we can optimize the situation very nicely. Sometimes when development comes to town, there are better opportunities than if nothing happens there. So I think we can definitely give that a hard look and maybe make it a little better. I can say that system that we built, this was the first rainy season that we test drove it. It worked pretty well. Sometimes I say I need like at least 3 years to test drive some of these drainage improvement projects to see if we got it right or we can do more. And again, that's just the way sometimes some of these things work. When you're pairing up a new modern development against a 40 or 50-year-old development, that is the trickiest thing in the whole world for drainage, to make those two uses compatible. But I can say in this area, very confident. And as well, I did remember on some of the streets to the south, we are finding overgrown drainage outlets as well, just like the one on Rain Tree, that need a maintenance effort and a clearing and a recapture of those. I'm not saying those will help Rain Tree and Maple, but those are in planning and will get done by the Road Maintenance Department this dry season as well. So, coupled with everything, I feel that we've got quite a bit of positive things we can do to make this all.
Just lastly, I'll say, when you say like it worked well, you've got a young lady sitting here shaking her head saying she owns the house, and unless she was standing in 2 inches of water instead of 7 inches of water, then she would disagree and say it doesn't work well. And I know that our response might be it doesn't affect each individual house. Lastly, I would just say the ditch that we dug and the way that we've redirected the water, could something be done? I'm not, I don't have the expertise that you do, but could the ditch be deeper, bigger, wider, longer? Is there anything that in what we've already done could be improved that would make an improvement? Because as you're sitting here saying, oh, we saw some big improvements, you've got someone that lives on that street who's saying it was invisible to her. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't improve other areas. I get that, but what's your response to that? And then
Yes, exactly. We sometimes we go back in, we make things wider, we make things deeper. Yes, that's 100%.
I'll just go on record here saying that if I do support this project, it won't stop there, because we've said a lot of things in here that we're all saying it's on the short list. There's a whole bunch of things that can be done. This is my district, so approving the construction of this project doesn't mean I'm okay with all the other things. And so I will tell you that this isn't $1 billion investment. This is a small area, and a lot of the things that you just mentioned, I believe, are in our budget if we needed to do something. So to the citizens that are here, if this does get 4 votes and we do move forward, we're not done. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
My quick question is, there's a canal that runs down along the west side of Trevisa Bay there, and then there's attenuation lakes to the south of that. Is there any way to help these folks on the short term with moving that water off of Myrtle and Rain Tree and Cypress to that canal system, still maintain the attenuation water quality requisites?
Yes, Commissioner, there is. That is one of the LASIP outfall canals. It's the third one. It's the easternmost one. I think something that could be done or watched a little bit closer is the condition at the final outfall. It's a very long weir. I want to say it's 900 feet, maybe 1,000 feet long. One of the things I'm going to direct our staff to do is go take a look at the condition of that weir. If there's any overgrowth on that weir, Like I said, that needs to be addressed as well, that we are supposed to be maintained by Treviso Bay. If Treviso Bay is not maintaining it at the proper level of service, we will take care of that and get it done and keep it maintained the way it needs to. And as far as the canal itself, it's a very significant canal. It's sized very well. It will move the water. My only concern is that condition at the downstream end.
Well, I was looking, because you said off the map, there are attenuation lakes further down in Treviso Bay.
Yes.
And I pulled up the aerial here and was looking and saw those ponds down there towards the clubhouse. And that was just one of the quick thoughts that I had. If we have outfall structures off of these side streets that are clogged and aren't opened up, then my goodness, let's help these people.
Yes, sir.
Dear County Manager, you've been over there squirming.
Commissioners, I think we've stated that we've had every type of resource working on this for the last several years. So it isn't that we've been reluctant to put resources to it or to try to find solutions as Jerry's described. Secondly, in deploying those resources, we also leaned on our growth management folks in community development and the floodplain folks. And Jamie is up here just to advise that they are at this property that we're discussing. They are in for a permit to elevate that structure. So there are a number of wheels in motion here. It is a difficult situation with this specific property. We continue to deploy resources and assistance in the best ways that we can.
I just remember, I think you were on the board. The community was very far behind in Poinciana Village. An old, I know Commissioner Saunders was here when we ramped up the efforts we were being told, those people in Poinciana Village were being told that there wasn't any money to take care of that stormwater system. And it was with our efforts that we finally helped prioritize the expenditure that was requisite there to take care of those people. And when we have these older communities, it's imperative and incumbent upon us that we don't backsplash and have the bathtub model, as we like to call it, because water goes downhill.
Agreed. And this is less of a resource problem that we've been having here and just simply more of a nature problem, particularly this past rainy season. Remember that these areas are very close to tide, as Jerry described, making the stormwater incredibly difficult or sensitive to manage. But I will have to say, and the last thing I'll say is that I have to give props to Jerry, referencing Poinciana Village. When I went to stormwater, there was Jerry and one other person and me.
Did Jerry have a shovel?
Yeah.
We had that 3 men in a boat. From where we were then to where we are now is a remarkable change, and I have to say thank you to Jerry.
Thank you. Mr. French.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, and congratulations, Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Kowal. It's our pleasure to be able to serve with you. Just as a point of reference, Commissioners, you've got roughly about 160, maybe about 170 different basins that make up your county. Predominantly, most of that area is undevelopable, as we've spoke about that in the past. It's all in some sort of perpetuity of conservation or protected lands. However, there are some water management district requirements as well as FEMA requirements when you decide to develop within a basin. You may not affect that basin by more than 1 inch under the National Flood Insurance Program, and this development would be required to go through the water management district's environmental resource permit because of its size. So that water will be looked at. With regards to the, I believe it's 5259 Raintree, and we are so empathetic for the flooding that Kubra has taken in her home over the years. However, that home was built at a time that your lowest adjacent grade in that area is 4 feet. I'm looking at her elevation certificate from 2011 right now. The new standard for that area based off your flood maps as well as the Florida Building Code, and she's in for permitting right now to elevate her home. I think new floor, they're in reject status, unfortunately, because they've got to demonstrate that their elevation's at least 7 feet. New construction would be required to be at 8 foot of base flood elevation. So you've got a 4 foot differential from when you step out of her home. down to the ground. That's how low this area is based off of the age and the construction standards. This is an area that's considered pre-firm, firm standing for your flood elevation maps for the short term. That's before FEMA actually developed this area. So these requirements, all of these calculations go into effect, and this new community, we thought it was pretty, we encourage more developers to come forward and recognize those historic flows, and they put that on the record, but quite honestly, they have to, because they can't affect the basin. So we'll continue to move, just like she's got her permit in with her contractor. We're waiting for a new elevation certificate to come in, and it looks like maybe it has. But she is in right now for permitting to elevate at least the primary structure, if I'm correct. I didn't have the luxury of time to understand maybe that she'd be here today, but she may actually be on our repetitive loss list, which as a county, we want to get her off of that. We want to do everything possible so that she doesn't have any further insurance claims, and so we mitigate that. And as a reminder, you have the second largest, better than 60,000 flood insurance policies in place. So basically what that means is that if you've got a federally backed mortgage and you live in an area that's low and your flood zone, your base floor elevation is not at that BFE set by FEMA, you are forced to either engage with an insurance provider or they'll put a insurance policy on your property, and you've got better than 60,000. And luckily we've got about 10,000 plus voluntary that may live outside of a flood zone that have chosen to take flood insurance. So next to Miami-Dade, you've got the second most flood insurance policies in the country.
Thank you. Do you have a question for him?
Really just a statement to maybe wrap all this up. One of the things that that Ms. Patterson said was the developer didn't create this low-lying area and the drainage, and I'm not sitting here wanting to penalize them. I do believe that the improvements that they're going to make not only on that property but to drainage will have a positive effect. Will it make this lady's water go from 6 inches to 0? No. But regardless of how this vote goes, what I wanted to say to Jerry and to Jamie, who have both joined me on town hall meetings and whatnot, and we've had a lot of success because of their expertise. I'm going to have my office reach out to you. I'd like to go to this area regardless of how this vote goes. And I would like to see with my own eyes the improvements that the county has invested in that you outlined, Jerry, and also be able to stand there, boots on the ground, like Commissioner Colwell said, and see what we could do, either simultaneously while this project goes forward, or if it doesn't pass vote today, that's immaterial. This is apples and chairs. We've got a drainage issue there, and I like a lot of the things that you said. I know it's something that we can afford. It's within our budget, and if there are things that we can do there that are going to help the drainage, regardless if this project happens or not, let's the three of us and any other experts that you think will go out there, because we're going to be talking about the drainage of this neighborhood regardless if this passes or not. And I'd like to know the things that we can do sooner than later to continue to make improvements to the drainage of that area. Even Commissioner McDaniel came up with some great ideas just looking at the map. So let's all do that together. And then I will be squeezing the county manager and others hard for the dollars.
Well, there you are. All right, we have no other comments. Do you have anything else to say?
Just kind of want to circle back to, we do meet each of the criteria that are in the Land Development Code and your growth management plan. Staff agrees, Planning Commission agrees. We're committed and we're legally obligated to not make the drainage system worse.
Right.
So we are clearly not a problem for the community. Not that the community doesn't have problems, but those seem to be beyond our project, and we request that the Board of County Commissioners follow the Planning Commission's recommendation and staff's recommendation and ultimately approve this project.
Well, and I have to say, you know, Ryan and Bill brought up some good points. This project doesn't set the precedent for whatever else happens in the area. There is a overlay or a East Naples study that's in place, and I would highly recommend, if you haven't already, join in with that group. You made a comment that resonated with me, and that's having an overlay put over your neighborhood so that you had some additional protections so that somebody else didn't come and join a couple of lots and bulldoze the houses and do something that was completely outside of what typically occurs in your area. So I like that idea, and so if and that mechanism is the East Naples overlay your homes are in fact located in. So with that, I'll call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the project as presented. Is there any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign, same sound. So moved.
Thank you.
We'll be out there.
Now we're going to do a court reporter break. It is we're going to say it's 2:45, even though it's 2:44. We're going to come back at 2:55.
And you can never
Commissioners,
guarantee
do you have a live mic?
All right, if everybody could take their seat. All right, we're ready to go.
Ready to go. Commissioners, that brings us to item 10A. This is a recommendation to direct the county attorney to advertise and bring back for a public hearing an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2022-43, which requires residential landlords to provide 60 days written notice of a rental increase over 5% to tenants with leases of 1 year or longer. And this item was placed on the agenda by Commissioner Hall.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. So it would be real easy to, well, let me back up. I'm excited about being here because I campaigned on creating solutions for affordable housing. I called it workforce housing. It's a big thing with me. I'm passionate about it. And I also campaigned on smaller government and less government overreach and protecting everyone's liberty and their rights. So when I saw that this passed, I thought, you know, this is an attempt at affordable solutions, but it does nothing to create any solution for housing affordability. It's an attempt to ease tenant relationships and by government mandate. And so I'm bringing this to the county attorney to take a look at this and bring back public hearing so that we can have a discussion. You know, this is it's a burden on landlords by the government. This is not a place for government to act and to demand landlords to give 60-day notice if they want to increase rents by 5%. State statute already protects tenants if landlords want to end the relationship or end the lease by 60 days notice if you have a year's lease. So there's already protections by Florida state statute there. This is a landlord-tenant relationship thing. If I'm a tenant and I want to know if my lease is going to go up, I'm going to have conversation with my landlord. I don't feel like it's government's responsibility to mandate that by ordinance. So that's why I'm bringing this back up. I'm excited about being on the Affordable Housing Committee. I think that with my experience and my creativity, I think we can actually move forward to, instead of just talking about this and kicking things around it, to really coming up with some good solutions to take action on for the workforce here in Collier County. So with that, I have petitioned the county attorney to bring this back to public hearing.
Very good. Anybody else have any comments before I go to public comment? Public comment.
Yes, sir. We have 3 commenters today. Your first comment was from Joe Trachtenberg, and he's been seated 3 additional minutes from John Harney. I see John is here. And Joe will be followed by Jackie Key.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. For the record, I'm Joe Trachtenberg. I'm chairman of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. We've spent a lot of time on this ordinance. 4 times previously, it's been discussed. I can't imagine the number of hours that have been logged by our commissioners. And I totally agree with Commissioner Hall. This ordinance has nothing to do with affordable housing. This had only to do with human decency. We have people, not a large number, but we have people whose landlords are not willing to have that conversation. We have people whose leases do not contain any renewal clause, who are continually finding out within a mere number of days from the expiration of their leases that their rents are going up beyond the level that's affordable to them. And I could say that maybe this shouldn't even be in the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee agenda, because as you say, it doesn't create one additional piece of housing. But we've heard from the individuals. We've had them come before us in this room. We've listened to them. They've exasperated. They've had to find new places, new schools for their children, in many cases, new jobs. And part of, in my view, part of your job is to protect those people. And that's why AHAC proposed this after it was approved elsewhere in the state. And we continue to believe that it's the right thing. It's the right thing for us to do. And right now, there's even more reason, I think, to keep it. You know, if we turn the clock back to April, May, one of the primary focuses of this commission was on the fact that we had $11 million of rent relief money that was available. Let's hire more staff. Let's run TV ads. Let's assist people to fill out applications so that they could get rent assistance. And a terrific job was done in getting hundreds and hundreds of people to do so. I think it was done on the basis that there was a belief that that money was irrevocable, that money wasn't being taken away. And last month, Collier County found out that wasn't the case. It was spent elsewhere. And the vast majority of the people that got 18 months of free rent or no rent or rent relief received a notice saying that December was going to be their last rent payment. Merry Christmas. And those are the people that today, I think, this 60-day ordinance helps to protect. And I think we have to keep them in mind. So are we going to do a great deal of good if we turn the tables on this? Are we going to really make landlords suffer if they have no obligation right now to at least tell people 60 days in advance that they're raising their rent? I urge you to leave this where it is. It just doesn't belong. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be changed. Hurricane Ian put an awful lot of pressure on what was already a crisis in Collier County. The lack of affordable housing has just gotten worse. People whose homes were destroyed are now occupying apartments that could be occupied by others, assuming they could even afford them. We continue to be the most desirable place in the country to live. Recent statistic that more people work remotely from Collier County than anywhere else in the country was astonishing. And all this points to the fact that we have an urgent job to do. Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and Commissioner Hall, I'm so looking forward to working with you and hearing your thoughts. We've got to do some work here, and I'm asking the chairman and the commissioners to please let us have the workshop. We've got ideas. We've got some new members of the committee that know their stuff, and we really want to advise you. Let's have that workshop that we talked about. Let's put our heads together. Other parts of Florida are building dedicated subdivisions with affordable housing, and we could do it here in Collier County too. I'm truly optimistic that there are solutions ahead of us, and that we will work together. Thank you.
Your next and final speaker on this item is Jackie Key.
Good afternoon, Jackie Kay. So to Commissioner Hall, one of the things you talked about is common sense and doing the right thing for the right thing. It makes no common sense. Actually, it is foolish to go ahead and repeal this ordinance. No one has been hurt by it, and you talk about protecting liberty and rights. Tenants have a right to be able to live in their home. They have a right to have that statute, which is not in any way enforced, to be enforced. So the first thing you do when you come on this board is you repeal something that will help our tenants to remain in their homes so that they can work in Collier County and keep businesses afloat. Businesses are closing. And you're saying you're pro-affordable housing? I don't believe you. What you're saying and what you're doing are two different things, so that smells like a lie to me. So what I would like to say, I have been here for almost 3 years advocating, and I am sick and tired of seeing commissioners be very partial and prejudiced in how they are voting and the decisions that they are making. If you are working class, if you are a minority, if you are anyone that's not rich in on their list of supporters or special interest groups, you were ignored. Your request, what you feel, what you think doesn't matter. And I'm tired of it, for one. I am done feeling like you all are up there to serve your own self-interest. I am done believing in you that you all are here to serve everyone. You're not here to serve me. You are not here to serve me, except for Commissioner Saunders. And for the new commissioners, I would like to have hope that you would be different if I were to stay here another 3 years, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to go above your heads and figure out how I can work with other people who are willing to do the work. So no, I feel like this is your way of also being in the good old boys club and taking away the one action in the last 3 years that was to benefit the working class in the community. This was the one action that fully supported working class. And the one thing that can help our community is the first thing you're trying to take away. No.
That was our final speaker, sir.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I voted against that ordinance every single time. And here's my disappointment with the whole process, and I'll address even what Ms. Kay said. So we had a lot of passionate people, to include you, who came to the podium for months, to include Mr. Tracklenberg and the young lady who represents the renters, coalition. And I'm sorry? Tenant union, I'm sorry. Who were all passionate and telling us that, we were foolish to not pass this. Yet, if you recall, a few meetings ago, I actually brought our own county staff to the podium and said, so this ordinance finally got passed and everybody's excited about it. What have we done in the last 60 days to advertise it? To, if it was such, magic pixie dust for everyone, or a feel good, and it, to use Mr. Tracklenberg's term, just answered or at least addressed human decency. So explain to me what we did in all these months, after it was passed, and the answer was nothing. And so bad on the county staff, and I wound up talking to the county manager afterwards, and I think, there was some disappointment all around. But boy, if I was a citizen who was sitting up here saying we're a bunch of worthless commissioners and this was such an important thing and it was the smartest and most worthwhile legislation that's ever been passed and it addressed human decency, the minute after we passed it, I would have been banging on county doors to include your commissioner, all the commissioners, and saying, are we going to put advertisements on TV? Did we make 100,000 flyers today, the day after it was passed, and give it to every landlord? And what I heard is for 2 months, nothing happened. And by the county and by all the people who were so supportive of it and who disagreed with me. So, I sit here and, I go, if it's such a great humanitarian ordinance, let me even ask since it was passed, we obviously advertised it late. Everybody who spoke at the podium in support of it didn't follow up with anybody to see what we were doing to get it enacted. And then I would say, number 3, give me, 3 examples of people whose landlords all of a sudden magically followed this ordinance and didn't kick them out and gave them 60-day notice. I haven't heard one example, and the landlords I talked to don't even know yet that we've passed this ordinance. So bad on a whole bunch of people, but I think before you start pointing fingers or claiming victory, I don't think this ordinance has done anything since it was, quote, passed. And I haven't heard from one person who believed in it that they, joined forces with the county to get an ordinance that they lobbied for, advertised, executed, and working out in the community. So, that's my feeling on it.
Am I able to come back from
No. No. The public comment's complete. And this is not this is a discussion amongst the board now. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I supported this, and I'm the only one left on the board that did, so I don't think there's any question as to what's going to happen. But I wanted to explain a couple things. Number one, I never thought that this would have any impact on the solution to workforce housing. That's never been even a possibility with this type of an ordinance. I felt that it did send a kind of a message to landlords that we wanted them to be a little bit more fair in terms of notice. That's all that it did. And I made a commitment to I think it was the Landlords Association. There's some organization that represents the larger landlords. I don't recall the name of the individual. He had written to us a couple times. And I said, I will not support anything beyond notice. I won't support any other types of burdens on the landlords other than this particular 60-day notice. And I stuck with that commitment. As a matter of fact, at one point, Commissioner Solis had made a motion to do this type of an ordinance with a secondary notice requirement dealing with our rental assistant program. And I voted against that because I'd made the commitment that the only thing I was supportive of was providing 60 days notice or more to tenants that were going to have their rent raised by over 5%. This ordinance will go away, and it's not going to have any impact on the housing market or the amount of units that are available. But I think, again, it was just an effort to say we care and we want to provide at least that notice. So that was my rationale behind it. Not to try to solve a problem, because it clearly doesn't solve a problem. So I'll vote against this today. This will pass on a 4-to-1 vote, and the ordinance will be repealed. And we'll move on, and hopefully we will come up with some solutions. I hope Commissioner Hall is successful in coming up with some solutions that we can implement that will solve the problem.
And you did stay fast. You did stay fast on what you had committed to and so on. I was watching all that from the sidelines. So, Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you. I watched this from an outside. I was not part of this. Back then, of course, I was campaigning. And I kind of agree with Commissioner Hall. We're creating a precedence here. As a body of government, we have to operate under constitutional rights of both sides, not just one side. And I think this whole thing was on a slippery slope to begin with. We're going in and we're basically, as a governing body at this level, and we're telling people that already have a contractual agreement amongst two independent parties that we're now going to dictate over one party over the other. And I don't think that's our place. I don't think constitutionally we even have that authority to do that. That's why I looked at it and I was surprised it did pass after like the third or fourth time it was talked about. And I just did the numbers in my head just real quick. I mean, let's say you have a rent that's $1,500 and your landlord's going to raise the rent for 5%. That's $75 a month. And if you take what happened over this past few months with this storm and the hurricane, and you imagine what these owners of these properties are going to be facing here in the future with insurance increased costs and maintenance issues, they're going to find out there's going to be issues with AC units and other things wrong with these buildings later on after this storm, and what we don't know what's still hidden there are troubles or things that may come up. I don't know if it's realistic that they should be punished because they have to raise your rent by $75. And then like he said, there's state statute that already covers this, and we have to abide by state statute when we make policy. So we have to make sure we follow that. And like I said, it's two sides to every story, and there's two sides to a constitutionality of everything we do. And I think we may be overstepping our boundaries when we're dictating a fair contractual agreement between two parties. And I don't know, I know it was implemented, but I never heard what happens if they don't abide by the 60-day rule. What was the ramifications for them not abiding by it? I mean, do you go in front of the judge? Is there some documentation that they have to bring, and it's a he say, she said kind of situation? The judge ends up making the decision anyways, and he becomes the legislator? He's not supposed to legislate. He's supposed to be in judgment. So I don't know, maybe somebody else can enlighten me if, what is the punishment for these landlords if they don't abide by the 60-day rule? Or how do we even enforce that?
It's a code violation. Penalty is up to $500.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Hall.
I just want to summarize and make it known, it doesn't say that we don't care. No, we care. We care for everyone. The point is the government overreach of it. So from a governing body, and Commissioner Kowal said it perfect, we have to protect and secure the liberties of everyone. It doesn't mean that we don't understand that there's a problem. There is a huge problem here. You know, if we passed an ordinance in a declining market, think about 2008 when the declining market, rents were going down, the vacancies were high. If we said, you as a tenant, you have to give your landlord notice that you're not going to rent from him anymore, that you're going to go somewhere cheaper, how would you feel then? It would be a violation to you. So that's what we're saying. It's not that we don't care. It's not that we don't acknowledge that there's a major problem. We're just saying that as a governing body, it's not our place to dictate to individuals in those places. And I hope that's clear.
Very clear. Commissioner Hall, or excuse me, Commissioner LaCastro.
I just want to summarize what I think Commissioner Hall is asking. He's not asking for a vote to repeal it today, and I don't know that I'd vote to repeal it. I mean, we beat this thing up pretty hard, and one of the things I said after it did pass is, okay, now it's one decision, one voice. Let's see all the magical things this ordinance is going to do that everybody was banging on tables saying, you know, we had to approve it because it was going to do. I have yet to hear or see anything, but I think what he's asking is the ordinance would, and this is where I'll go to the county attorney, but I think I know what he's going to say, is the ordinance would stay in effect. But what Commissioner Hall is saying is, I'd like to bring back some of these people to the podium so we can, you know, question it some more. And I don't know that I need to question it some more, but I think if bringing it back did pass, and that's all I think you're requesting to do, not to repeal it today, but if bringing back the discussion did pass, I know the questions I'm going to sit here and ask of everyone at the podium is, we passed it, give me some measurement. What did it do? Who did it help? Was it just a feel-good thing? And that's not necessarily horrible. But I also said when I voted against it, I vote for stuff that's going to take action and make something better, not just a feel-good thing. And a lot of people who were for this didn't think it was, they thought it was way more than a feel-good thing. It was going to be a solution to an awful lot of things, maybe not an affordable housing problem, but a lot of people talked about how if we didn't pass this ordinance the way the city of Naples did and some other counties, you know, we'd be being, quote, irresponsible. So I think if the motion is to bring it back just for more discussion, I've said before, I sit in the seat to talk to anybody, to hear all viewpoints, to, you know, right or wrong, you know, change my vote if I didn't get all the information. And if that's all that's being asked, I wouldn't fight or stop in any way. More discussion on an ordinance that's already been passed. But while that happened, it would stay a passed ordinance, correct, Counselor?
That's correct.
You know, it would be an agenda item that we would continue to talk about, maybe with some different areas of expertise from our new commissioners, or it might rekindle some fire in some of the people that came to the podium and made comments supporting the ordinance, but maybe would bring a more weighted discussion with maybe more details and also a little bit more history over these last few months of what this past ordinance did or didn't do. And it might help us either feel better about it staying passed, or we might have a different feeling. So,
well, I myself, I'm in support of the motion to bring this back and have a discussion. I didn't vote for the ordinance the first time, the second time, the third time. I think that there is already statute involved that takes care of and protects the interests of both landlords and tenants, and I believe this is in conflict with that, or at least sets up the process for conflict that's not necessary. Nonetheless, I'm in support of bringing it back and having a discussion about its repeal. Joe, when you were at the podium, you talked about the workshop, And I'm going to say this to you, as you are the chair of the Affordable Housing Committee, and Commissioner Hall, who's the newly bequeathed liaison for our board. Bring us a deal.
Fair enough.
I don't want to get together and have a workshop and talk about the housing affordability issue and the struggles that our community's having. I want deals. We have money. We have. We're done with the public comment, and I am. Yeah, yes. So, having said that, you and I have had this discussion, and we're not. I brought up a subject matter that you brought up on an item that we're going to vote on here now. And so what I wanted you to hear from me, what I wanted the community to hear from me, what I wanted Commissioner Hall to hear from me is we have, Commissioner Saunders appropriated money for housing affordability in the sales tax initiative. I want to help. We want that money to be utilized to help our community, to help the people that are having a difficult time with that. So bring us deals, bring us a deal. And the workshop will transpire. No, today, we're going to have a discussion about this particular item that's on our agenda, sir. Okay? With that, two more lit up while I was talking. Commissioner Saunders.
Just real quick, I do want to take some exception to a comment made by one of the speakers. No one here is lying to anybody. We have disagreements on policy.
Yeah, you and I don't agree a lot.
The use of the term that somebody lied, I think is just inappropriate. And
I agree.
I would urge the chairman, when items like that come up and there's personal attacks like that the speakers need to know that that's just not appropriate. So just wanted to pass that on to Commissioner Hall, that I'm certain that no one on this board and no one in the audience really believes that there was any intentional misrepresentation or thing. You are committed to workforce housing and solving the problems, and
Yes, sir.
you just disagree with this ordinance. It's simple as that.
Yeah, and I apologize if, it's an interesting challenge for the chair. When folks come to the podium, they have the right to tell us that the sky is blue and we have to believe it. And when inflammatory statements are made such as that, what?
I am so sorry, sir. We had a miscommunication between myself and IT. Elizabeth Ratty, who spoke earlier under public comment, it turns out was registered for this item, and I did not have that on my list. I kind of thought it was suspicious that she wouldn't comment on this item since she lobbied for it for so long. She is online on Zoom, and I've been chatting with her. I know we've closed public comment. Can we hear from her, sir?
Yeah, soon as we're done. Soon as we're done.
Thank you, sir.
We'll go to that.
My apologies.
And I'm going to call for the vote. Going back to your discussion, it's part of our job is to accept statements that are made by the public, whether they're correct or not. And that those people make those statements. I consider them to be inflammatory, but it's an emotional response, and I have chosen to allow those things to transpire. I have stopped people who have actually named commissioners, and I did that my first year as chair as well. So it's a little bit of a trick. It is, and I concur with Commissioner Saunders. The belief of anyone on this board lying, and especially lying on purpose, is just not even part of the discussion. So with that, Commissioner LaCastro, and then we'll go to Ms. Rady, and we'll wrap it up.
Well, I think this is Commissioner Hall's item to either make a motion or not, but what I would say is if this did come back for discussion, I think regardless of what side you're on, it's a positive, because the people that still strongly support it, this gives you a chance to maybe make a stronger case and also give us some history and feedback of what has happened over the last few months. Those that have opposed it, it's a chance to come back and maybe add to the discussion a bit. So You know, if there's a motion that's made to bring this back for discussion, we're not voting on killing it right now or anything of that. I certainly would support bringing it back for discussion, and I would encourage both sides to get organized, find out what we've done since the last time that we passed it, talk to county staff, talk to all the landlords who should have gotten a notice, and talk to residents to find out all the people that we helped and better educate us on, did this ordinance do anything? Could it do something? Or, it wasn't worth the paper it's printed on.
Just as a point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
The vote is to bring back an ordinance to repeal the 60-day notice ordinance. It specifically says that.
Well, it says that's why I was looking for clarification. It says to advertise and bring back a public hearing on the ordinance. And so at the hearing, we would then vote to repeal it or not, I think is my understanding. Correct?
Bring back on a public hearing an ordinance repealing ordinance such and such.
Yeah, well, to me, the public hearing would decide if we were going to repeal it or not, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So I'm all for the public discussion, and then, we'll decide if we're going to repeal it or not. But it would be a challenge or an encouragement to those that this would be a good time to get organized on what's recently happened, maybe find out. The city of Naples passed a similar ordinance. Has it been a magical thing that has made their situation much better? And even some other counties, I'd be interested in hearing that feedback.
And one other little point, Commissioner Castro, you brought up as to what's in fact transpired. I did receive a note from Danny Hudson and the Naples Area Board of Realtors, and they have put forth that information to their landlords and to their realtors just to disclose that the ordinance in fact exists. So they're in support of repealing it, but they have from a news standpoint, it has been put out, not necessarily by our own staff. So let's hear from Ms. Reedy, and we'll call for the vote.
Okay, Elizabeth, you're being prompted to unmute, and there you have 3 minutes, Elizabeth. And again, my apologies for the confusion.
Thank you, Troy. First off, I wanted to clarify some things. I didn't know that this ordinance was actually formally passed until I came into the commissioners meeting, and Christy Sontag and Jacob actually told me that it had already been signed, because I was waiting for a second reading and an actual formal approval in that board meeting. So I didn't know anything about it actually passing that day. So the fact that it had not been advertised, or the fact that I, as the head of the Collier County Tenant Union, didn't jump forth and do something about it, I did from that day on. I have blasted it all over Facebook. I have blasted it all over rental Facebook pages. I have done my due diligence to try and make sure that everyone knows about it, that I can come in contact with. Number one. Number two, in 2 days, I've had 5 people come to me about the fact that they've been given less than 60 days notice, and it's Christmas. And we've got people that are being given less than 60 days that have to change their rents at the beginning of January. $700-800. We're not talking $50 difference. We're talking $700 to $1,000 difference in rent. I am doing everything I can. So are all the other people that have been fighting for this ordinance. And no, it's not a cure-all, but you have no answers. And we've sat here and listened to victim shame. We've sit here and listened to commissioners grandstand and rant about what they're not going to take and what they're not going to deal with. Yet they have come up with no solutions at all. And then it's on the tenants to try and figure out what to do. And this is harming the landlords. No, it's not harming the landlords. It's harming the tenants. And this has not even been given a chance. And for you guys to just come in here and say, oh, let's repeal it, what that tells me is what is going to come forward in the next coming months. That there isn't going to be a lack to work together. That this is just going to be another skating up under the rug. And I'm telling you right now, as the head of the Collier County Tenant Union, we're not going to sit down and let you continue to do this. If we have to take it to the streets, so be it. We'll protest and we'll do whatever we need to do to let you know that we are not going to lay down any longer and let you destroy our lives in Collier County. And that's to all of the landlords and to the current real estate agents on our board. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Commissioner Hall, you want to make a motion? Commissioner Hall?
I so move.
Second? I'll second it. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we bring forth the ordinance, have another hearing and bring forth the ordinance for repealing the ordinance of the 60-day notice. Is there any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Same sign, same sound, so moved, 4-1.
Commissioners, item 11A was previously continued from the September 27th and November 8th, 2022 BCC meetings. This is a recommendation to approve the Cycle 11A Conservation Collier Active Acquisition List and approve the revised acquisition cycle ranking schedule and direct staff to pursue projects recommended within the A category in sequential order, funded by Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Fund 172. Summer Arake, your environmental supervisor from the Conservation Collier Program, is here to present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Summer Arake, your Conservation Collier Program Supervisor, and I would like to welcome our new commissioners. I have included a few slides with background on them to give you a brief history of the program. Okay. Conservation Collier was initially approved by referendum in 2002 and was created at that time. In November 2020, a referendum was requested by the Board of County Commissioners, which passed with a 77% vote in favor of reestablishing an ad valorem tax to continue to acquire, preserve, and manage environmentally sensitive lands within Collier County. Shortly thereafter that referendum by the voters of Collier County, in early 2021, the program started accepting applications for Acquisition Cycle 10, which was presented to the Board of County Commissioners in January of this year. To date, Conservation Collier has acquired 22 different preserves of over 4,600 acres of land that is managed and owned by this county program. This map shows the existing Conservation Collier preserves. So regarding the cycles and how those work, we have target mailing areas, and during your April 26th meeting of this year, the target mailing areas were approved by resolution. Staff sent over 700 letters to property owners in 22 areas that were presented to the Board of County Commissioners, and we received applications which you will be ranking today. So during your review of the target mailing area on April 26th of this year, the board requested staff to accelerate acquisition. As a result, we suggested a quarterly ranking during your July 12th meeting, and that was approved on consent. Due to delays as a result of the hurricane, the ranking schedule has been updated, as you can see here in red. Conservation Collier works with other divisions across the county to evaluate and process properties for acquisition. Therefore, moving forward, we have realized that it would be best to move to doing 2 rankings per year as opposed to quarterly. So therefore, in FY23, fiscal year 23, we are proposing 2 rankings. So the first ranking would be the one that you're reviewing today, Cycle 11A, and then Cycle 11B would come to the Board of County Commissioners in February of 2023. And then after that, we would move into the next fiscal year for Cycle 12 would be in fiscal year 24. So here are the Cycle 11A properties for ranking today. Recommended for the A category, you have several properties, and that is essentially the purpose of this agenda item, is for you all to do the ranking. And these have been ranked by the advisory committee during their August meeting. Like I mentioned before, this This item has gotten continued a few times due to the hurricane. So this has already been approved by your Land Acquisition Advisory Committee. Please note that Big Hammock, which may have been referred to in the agenda item, has been requested to be withdrawn for consideration at this time by the property owner. The properties that you see on this list have gone through a process of review by staff and our committee. Would you like me to review the A category properties individually, or would you like me to answer specific questions regarding a property on the list?
I would like you to answer specific questions, but I'll leave it up. How about my colleague? I mean, Commissioner Saunders, you lit up. Do you have
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question about the Marco Island parcels. And I got a little confused because part of the executive summary talks about 5 properties, and we're talking about 4 owners, and then there's kind of a breakdown here of some of the different parcels. But it looks like we're going to be paying well over $1 million plus per acre. I think it's actually on one of the parcels. It's actually almost $4 million per acre if you did it on an acre thing. And it just seems to me that that is not really what we're trying to accomplish with this program. So I'm curious as to, first of all, what is the true cost on a per acre basis, and do we really think that that's the best way to expend these dollars?
Okay.
Because I know we've been trying to buy tracts of land that are in important locations. We've also been trying to provide properties that people can go out and enjoy through passive recreation and trails and that sort of thing. And the Marco Island parcels don't fit that category. As a matter of fact, I think there's one discussion about, well, there can be an off-site parking area somewhere and people could be shuttled over to look at the gopher tortoises, but that's not really public access. So my question is this really the best way to spend these dollars?
So this was included in your packet, and I will tell you what staff has to say about it, is that the recommendation from staff is based on the listed species wildlife value, so it's based on the habitat value, but we do recognize the high estimated value per acre, and the last bullet there on your slide is, it is the decision of the board whether to recommend all parcels for acquisition given the high estimated value per acre. So we are really leaving that up to you, and we do know that these are costly, and we've had a lot of internal discussions about that, especially your waterfront properties are about 3 to 4 times the cost of the
In terms
inland
of
ones.
the discussion with the committee,
Yes.
were there expressions of concern or opposition to those parcels because of the cost?
From some members, but at the end, their voting was, the result was an A for all of these properties, including one.
That was unanimous.
No, so the voting was not unanimous.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking if there was some disagreement on the
Yes,
committee itself
correct.
concerning these parcels.
Yes,
So there was.
correct. The vote of A was not unanimous for all parcels
What was the
on
vote,
Marco Island.
if you recall?
I don't have that with me.
6-3. Good?
Yes.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I mean, as the commissioner who represents Marco Island, I'll just say if we only bought properties that were a bargain, you'd never buy anything on Marco Island. So, property on Marco Island is going to be very expensive. And I might have misunderstood Commissioner Saunders, and I'm not trying to, and maybe I'll just make my own statement. My understanding of this program is we don't buy properties to make it necessarily to turn them into a park or a conservation area or a place where people can watch birds and tortoises. That some of the properties that we buy is just because there's such a high concentration of wildlife on that property that are endangered that we're trying to protect those animals. I mean, am I correct? I don't want to oversimplify, but in some of these areas, the concentration on Marco is very high from the briefings that I've gotten, whether it's burrowing owls, nesting bald eagles, gopher tortoises, or all of the above. And it's to prevent that property from being built on and to preserve it. I mean, that's why this whole program exists, is that sometimes to buy a piece of property to preserve a piece of land that these endangered species can continue to thrive on, rather than chase them off because we built a condo. But am I correct? Am I over?
You're actually both correct.
Okay. And
So because our inventory of properties have both. So we
Yeah.
do have properties that were purchased specifically that we knew we would be able to provide access on them, and there are properties that are in our inventory that at acquisition we really knew that they probably would not. They have access and they're considered resource protection. So 13 of our 22 preserves currently have public access. We are working on public access for a few more, including Railhead Scrub Preserve, which of course would, when the roadway comes through, and then a preserve near Rattlesnake Canyon.
Yeah, you said it much better
But-
better than me.
But yeah, so that's to answer your question.
So public access isn't an automatic. We do buy parcels
Correct.
of land because of the high density of endangered species. And, you know, I'll just sort of conclude by saying we'd never buy anything if we were only looking for the cheapest parcels. And I think, you know, this program, we need to spread the wealth around a bit. And, you know, the parcels on Marco, I can't speak to every single thing on the list, but I lobbied very hard to have Marco parcels put in on List A because of the high concentration of the endangered wildlife that were on those parcels. And I don't think anybody up here thought that any of those parcels would be cheap. I want to make sure that if we buy any parcels that we're paying fair market value, but I would expect the fair market value on anything on Marco is going to be, you know, higher than some of the other places where the piece of real estate isn't Marco Island. And I assume that the appraisal values that came in were checked by staff as not being padded, that they were fair market value. I mean, and that's what appraisal is. Somebody that has expertise says this is what it's worth. Was there any conversations about the appraisal value seeming inflated or anything, you know, that you could share that might help us sort of better understand the dollar figures here?
So this is something that I will be addressing a little bit later, but I'll let you know now, is that these are estimated values. The only one that you see there that is an actual appraised value is for Agua Calina, because that was part of Cycle 10 on the B list. And when I brought Cycle 10 to you all, you asked us to pursue A and B. So we did obtain an appraisal on that, but by ordinance, we really need you to rank that A in order for us to really move forward with a purchase agreement. So the others are just estimated values that were done in-house by real property.
So we wouldn't be voting today to say, yes, buy all those properties. What we would be saying is keep them on the A list and continue on with the appraisals. And then you'll come back at another time and say, we got the appraisals back for the other ones. We already had Agua, and here's what the prices came back as, correct?
We obtain the appraisal.
Right.
After you vote as A, and this is all by ordinance, and then once the appraisal is obtained, then we can move forward with the purchase agreement, and then that's how we package it when we bring it back to you with the purchase agreement.
Yeah, we're not voting on buying anything
Right.
today. All we're doing is authorizing them to go forward and negotiate on the acquisition
Absolutely.
of these
Yep.
things. And like, unlike C1 that we continue today in today's agenda, that ultimately, individually, as they go through the contract, there is an ordinance that delineates the price,
Yeah.
what the county can pay, so on and so forth. And then once those satisfactory negotiations are completed, then it comes to us on a separate agenda
Right.
item, and we make
So
the
that's why
action.
my position, especially, you know, representing Marco, is I would love to see the Marco parcels that I know are heavily populated by endangered species continue through this process. If at the end, the actual appraisal is something that we think the juice isn't worth the squeeze, then that when it comes voting time, we will decide that. But I'm really strongly advocating that these Marco parcels that we work so hard to get on List A or put on List A remain there, and we see what the appraisals come back as.
Commissioner Hall almost called you Chris.
That's okay. That's what I go by sometimes. So just for clarification, I want to, this program, there are property owners that provide willingness to sell to Conservation Collier?
Correct.
Okay, and then as going into that program, we agree not to develop that property or sometimes allow limited public access or no public access to protect these animals. So in seeing, I just wanted to clarify that I understood that correctly, because I see two ditches. One ditch being, we're never going to buy property at a bargain to allow this. And the other ditch being supply and demand and price. You know, the demand seems high, like we have somebody willing to do this. And then, you know, because the supply is low and we have somebody willing to do this, now the price gets up there and we're spending extraordinary amounts per acre. So that's the other ditch. And I would like to see us remain somewhere in the center where, number one, just because is the rules we have to sell to these people or have to purchase from these people based on a current appraised value, or can we negotiate with these people?
Our purchasing policy states that we pay appraised value. That is a policy.
Okay.
By resolution.
Appraisals.
So if the estimated value is $500,000 or less, then we obtain one appraisal. And if it's over $500,000, we obtain two appraisals. That's specific to Conservation Collier. And just to reiterate, it is a willing seller program. But once they apply, it's up to you all whether or not you move
Okay.
it forward. We have, the policy has been followed since 2003,
Sure.
and that's, I think that's something that people know that they can count on. We're going to pay the appraised value, and then it goes both ways with the negotiations. There's not necessarily negotiations on price. We might say, you need to remove an old truck from the property or something to that effect before we
Okay.
buy it.
Well, being in business for 28 years and constructing deals, and it's just, I'm sorry, it just rolls off my head just naturally. There is value because it's Marco Island and it's waterfront, but there's also value towards us, the purchaser, because the seller wants to sell his property as conservation. He doesn't want future development. He wants to preserve the property that he owns. So therefore, that there is value towards us purchasing, driving the price down. I just want to bring those things up and be aware of them, because I don't think it's fair to the county or fair to the program just to automatically assume, well, they're willing and we're going to have to give them whatever the two appraisals are. I just want to bring that up as there is value to the guy that is offering to sell his property in that program, because they want that program to remain. They want their legacy in that program.
Commissioner Saunders.
I don't want anybody to cringe when I say this. I love these gopher tortoises and the burrowing owls, but we move gopher tortoises all the time. Developers are required to move them if they're going to develop a piece of property. And I've been looking at these properties, and just about every one of these talks about estimated 109 tortoises, gopher tortoise burrows, the S&B property, gopher tortoise burrows, the South Terra Corp property, gopher tortoise burrows. Now there is some vegetation and that sort of thing in addition, but I want to protect these animals, and of course we can move these. We could find a site that these tortoises would love to be moved to, and that's just a common practice. So obviously this is all going to come back, but I'm expressing my opposition to spending $2 million for an acre of land in the middle of a heavily developed residential area that is not going to really provide what I would consider to be long-term protection for these animals. I think that if we really want to protect those particular animals, they need to be moved. But that's just my view. So
Have you ever relocated a gopher tortoise before?
not that I can admit on the record.
I have.
No.
I have.
Have you?
Oh, I have.
Yeah. I bet it's a burden.
It is. You have to go build them a condo.
Yeah.
Then you take them from their home and move them to their new condo.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very expensive proposition. It needs to be brought into the expense associated with the value of the property as well.
If you have 109 gopher tortoises on your parcel and you want to build a house on it, you have to move those tortoises.
You have to relocate them.
Getting back to what Commissioner Hall has said, there's a value to the property owner to sell this because they're preserving their land, but the value of that land should should reflect what it would cost to remove those.
The associated expense, and that's a portion of what needs to be brought in from the valuation standpoint. So, and I jumped out of line, but
That's okay.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Have we ever bought property in the past where we paid less than the appraised value? We did negotiate something. Are you aware of that? I don't have the depth that you have in the program, but is there anything, or are we just blindly, if we decide we want to buy it, we pay the appraised value?
I will have to check into that because I've been with the program for 4 years. My understanding is that I would say 90-some% of them that we have, there may have been a good deal out there that occurred at a certain point, but I'd really have to get back to you.
Okay, because let me give you a scenario. One of these pieces of property on Marco, let's just say that I'm the owner, and I own several acres right next to it with my house and my beautiful boat and everything. And I hope that Conservation Collier buys this piece of property so that nobody will ever build next to me. And I can't wait to get the appraised value and help, the environmental cause. But then I live right next door and I'm the same owner of that property. And, I just all of a sudden created a preserve in my backyard. If that's the case, then I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Hall. Then I would go to that landowner and say, wow, the property was appraised at $700,000. We'll give you $400,000 so that nobody will ever build next to your beautiful, 10,000 square foot home. And I hope we have business people that are smart enough to negotiate that kind of thing, because in a lot of cases, the property owners of these properties, or in some cases, own adjacent properties and are excited about this becoming a Conservation Collier footprint for selfish reasons. And then also, too, they get appraised value, so it's not like we buy it, pennies on the dollar. Lastly, I'll just say, let's not get out ahead of ourselves on this vote. We're not voting to buy anything. And so there again, I would love to see this process for all of these properties continue equally. And I will tell you, if at the end, if that happens today, and if at the end there are Marco Island properties on here that I think aren't worth the price because of various things, I won't fall on my sword and just say, because I'm the Marco, commissioner. I mean, we all represent all of Collier County, and I would like to see this money spent wisely. But on the flip side, I hope everybody realizes that if we're just looking for bargain properties, we'll never preserve anything on Marco, and that really does concern me. But I'll end again by saying I hope we're dynamic enough to look at who the property owners are and be knowledgeable enough to know if they own the adjacent property and they're very excited about selling to Conservation Collier so that nobody will ever build and they won't lose their view and on all the other things, because I've seen that more often than not, even in the time I've been here. So and if I was the landowner and had that exact scenario, I would sell it for well under the appraised value if it meant for the rest of eternity I don't have to look at a 4-story structure and noisy neighbors or what have you. So, and then that money that we save might be able to allow us to buy other properties. So I would just ask that, regardless of how we vote today, that if we've never done that, I would hope we have the ability to do that, and maybe we don't, but that would be sad because we wouldn't be using the money wisely. And don't forget, too, this is a program that, correct me if I'm wrong, voters voted like 70-something% that they wanted to support, correct? That in 2020. So, I mean, it's the citizens who, this isn't us wasting money. It's the citizens who believed in this program and voted, at a high number that they would like to see us preserve properties.
Those are ultimately all values to the property and consideration to be given, like Commissioner Hall talked about, with regard to the overall valuations and how we get there. The value of the property is impacted by the environmental concerns that are in fact there, and it's not oftentimes given weight while they're being appraised. Commissioner Kowal.
Yeah, I figured I'm the only one that didn't speak on this, but a lot has been said with my colleagues up here I agree with, and I just want to go on the record that I like this program, Conservation Collier, because I think it has some good things about it. But I surely don't want it to become a dumping place for people's parcels that I don't know any history about these. That did they try to attempt to sell these on the market at one point, and was it brought up that the fact there was endangered species on these lots, and people that were interested in it were no longer interested in it because of the extra costs it would to put a home on, or vice versa, or like Commissioner LaCastra said, a high-rise condo. But that drives the price, and the price is only driven by the market. The thing is, a parcel of land's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it. We can sit up here and say this or that, but when we create an out for somebody like, Chris LaCastra was saying about never having something built next to their property and also getting market value for it when they couldn't get market value anywhere else because the cost to develop it outweighs the cost is willing to pay for it, what the market dictates. I think I just want to go on record that, and I'm looking at these Marco parcels, they're just spread out. There's no like real rhyme or reason to them. They're just like somebody's lot next to their lot, somebody's lot 3 miles up the road next to their lot. I just hope that we're not getting taken, and the taxpayers' money that, they worked so hard to get into this program is not being used frivolously. And we're being taken to just get people's properties off their hands. So that being said, and then if we do look at it that way through that set of eyes, where we do have really important areas, like I know where we have natural watersheds and things like that we can utilize for communities, that we can preserve areas near their communities and buy parcels of property that will benefit the people around them and the natural habitat. I think the money is well spent there. So I just think we need to research exactly the backstory on some of these lots and if they ever been tested in the market, because I know there's rules, and the county manager can correct me, but I guess there's rules on how we pay and what we pay, but doesn't mean we have to.
As Summer described, the standing policy has been to pay the appraised value, and then based on those thresholds she described, there's the board can give different direction if that's the direction that we're heading.
I don't believe one size fits all. I mean, I think we can all agree on that, right? Everything's fluid. Nothing's stagnant in this world. I think every should be case by case.
The policy is to not pay more than the appraised value. Right. That's the policy. Mm-hmm. So no one has said you can't pay less than the appraised value. That may be where you're starting, but a property owner that's willing to sell for less, there's no prohibition on that.
Can we come back on this, Commissioner? This is coming back anyway. Right. As part of that, I'll work with the county manager's executive summary as to what the ordinance says, what the resolutions say. But at the end of the day, it's board policy. So if it's the will of the board to allow flexibility in these negotiations, then that's what you can direct staff to do.
I think that's what you're hearing right now.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing. But I would ask that you allow me to work with the county manager and come back on this.
Well, we have public comment, and then we'll go for a vote on this. And as I've already said, and Commissioner Castro said as well, we're not voting on buying anything today. We're just moving forward with staff to be able to negotiate with, I think, some new parameters.
Okay, after public comment, I would like to briefly review the ranking procedure before you do the ranking, and that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have 5 registered speakers. Your first speaker is Richard Blana. He'll be followed by Stephen Bolson.
Good morning, Richard.
I should say Councilman.
Good afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon. Dr. Rich Blana, City Councilor, Marco Island, and I'd like to congratulate Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Cowell. Tough election, and you are going to work with a great group of men here and going to get a lot accomplished. I am personally going to give each of the 2 new commissioners my business card. I've spent the last 2 years working with all of these properties on Marco Island, and any other commissioner who wants to speak with me, so I could give you all the background on any of the parcels on Marco that you're interested in, and I'd love to do so. You mentioned that you're excited about the learning experience of being on these committees. For me, the last 2 years has been an incredible learning experience getting to attend these Conservation Collier meetings. You folks are really lucky to have the people working for Conservation Collier that you do. It's top notch from the administrators down to the actual field biologists who go out and evaluate these properties and rank them. So they're really, really top notch. First, I want to talk about the entire A-list and have you conceptualize this as a group of parcels that I think is as diverse and as comprehensive as possible. So these properties range from multi-acre rural properties where panthers roam to quarter-acre lots on Marco Island that are inhabited by gopher tortoises and burrowing owls that have been there for hundreds of years. And under the land on a couple of these, the Agua Colina parcel in particular, under the land on these parcels is a rich archaeological and historical treasure that I've talked to the County Archaeological and Historical Society about, and they've already had digs on these properties. So we're talking about unique land. And I wanted to address a couple of specific questions. I'm going to get rid of that and address in my 3 minutes unless I can gather a little more time. These parcels are all connected. While they look like disparate pieces of land here and there, they're all connected because they're part of a geological formation, a ridge that runs down the backbone of Marco Island. And that ridge actually curves around Barfield Bay, and it terminates at the first ever Conservation Collier Preserve, which is Otter Mound. So if you were to look at all of these lots, what they have in common is they all reside on this ridge, which is a unique geological formation which has been there for thousands of years. All right, so, and it's unique not only to Marco Island, it's unique to all of Southwest Florida and perhaps all of Florida. And that's what scares me when I hear, the discussion, because this is the prime habitat for these gopher tortoises. You have to start thinking about this as if you would if you were the commissioners of the Galapagos Islands. Think about a unique piece of land that houses things that are found nowhere else in the world. And it's my job as the city councilor to protect this land. And I'll give you one example of how unique the cooperation we've had on Marco Island between owners, realtors, developers, the Audubon Society, and the city council. I actually went out to the 4 contiguous parcels that you referred to, Commissioner Saunders, and I spoke to the owner and to the realtor. And I said, "Are you familiar with Conservation Collier?" And they had no idea what it was. So I spent 2 hours educating them about what it was. They took the property off the market because the owner wanted to protect it. And the owner and the realtor and Audubon and the city council has worked together to protect those land. 21 tortoises died in the last year. They were run over by cars. I got the owners and the realtor to agree to let us go there and put a temporary fence up. Even though this land, they might take the land off the market and sell it. But they were willing to cooperate to do that. So there's been and the community has been super supportive. So I hope you kind of look at them, because one of Conservation Collier's priority acquisitions is urban parcels. That's actually in their charter. So yes, you can get a much bigger bang from the buck. You can buy 100 acres in Immokalee for what you would pay for a quarter acre on Marco. But the charter of Conservation Collier says we want a diverse group. We're the only place actually that has urban properties that are on the A-list. So again, I'll work with you two gentlemen to understand the whole underlying purpose of Conservation Collier and some of the things that go into these cycle acquisitions lists. And it was a learning experience for me. Hopefully I can share some of that knowledge with you. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Sir, Council,
And
appreciate your information there. Who's next there, Mr. Troy?
Your next speaker is Stephen Bolson, and he'll be followed by Brad Cornell. Stephen is not here, I'm being told, so Brad Cornell will be next, followed by Brittany Piersma.
Or is Brad? But we have Brittany.
Well, they're dropping like flies. Brittany Piersma will be followed by Meredith Budd.
Line substitute.
Hi, my name is Brittany Piersma. I'm a field biologist for Audubon Western Everglades. I'm really the boots on the ground in Marco Island, so most of these properties I have surveyed for all wildlife, specifically gopher tortoises and burrowing owls. I think I can speak for a lot of the citizens on Marco Island that increasing the conservation in this area is really a huge step. It's for a multitude of species, so we're not just talking about gopher tortoises and burrowing owls. I think we really need to remember that gopher tortoises are a keystone species. This means that 350 organisms have been seen to use their burrows. So this isn't just preserving just for those specific animals, you're preserving the habitat for all these other organisms. This is creating the wildlife corridor that we talk about on Marco Island. Specifically in this area, I've been going through some of the permits in the past years because I really wanted to understand what the significant loss that we've had. So since the start of permitted removals, we've had 296 parcels that had owls burrowing in those parcels removed. So 296 parcels that those owls had misplaced and have to find a new home. Since February of 2021, I spoke with FWC, and so now we're way over this number. We have over 283 physical gopher tortoises removed from the island. When they are removed to a recipient site. The closest recipient site to us is pretty far away in Central Florida. So thinking of the habitat change, the climate change, and their survival, that's why we are working towards getting the conservation in this area. Another thing to really important realize in these properties is you're not just buying these properties to protect these animals, you're also looking at the habitat and how we're going to manage it. So if you're buying a property, such as some of the ones on South Barfield that's filled with Brazilian pepper and invasive plants, a lot of those tortoises are confined in really small areas. When they go through the process of managing these plants, that's going to open it up for a lot of different organisms to potentially move in there. So there's a lot of benefits. Additionally, looking at these properties on Marco, the value is also the archaeology. There's a lot of history in this area. If you haven't driven around what they call the estates and the upland areas of Marco Island, please do so. It will open your eyes. There's a lot more than just going to the beach on the island, and the archaeology areas are just outstanding. I can specifically answer any questions you have about a lot of these properties, but specifically with South Barfield, Blana mentioned we did spend time, especially on that area, looking at the roadway. This is a great area for education. It's right behind the newer Publix on Marco Island. There's a lot of things you can do in that area. We did mark that there was 28 tortoises that were sadly hit by cars. So that silt fence, since then, we've had a major decrease, but there's a lot more we can do. We can add educational signs. We can have areas that at least people can view the wildlife. So I hope you consider it. And I keep moving forward and looking at Marco Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany.
Your next speaker is Meredith Budd. She'll be followed by your final speaker, Harrison Hubschman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Meredith Budd on behalf of the Florida Wildlife Federation. The Federation is supportive of staff's recommendation to pursue the A-list, every single parcel that is listed on the A-list, and as you all have noted, this is just the step to move forward to further evaluate and allow for staff to go forward and get appraisals on these properties. It's been stated many times this is a willing seller program, but I want to remind you and just emphasize that it's a willing seller program for the program that's been advertised and that was approved by this board, which has articulated that the county would buy parcels at appraised value. So when you talk about the motive for a seller to sell to conservation, they're putting in an application for a program that is set forth to buy a property at the appraised value. There are people who donate properties to the program, and those people have come forward and say, you know what, super passionate, I just want to give this property to the county, and that's fantastic. But I want you to remember that these people are applying to a program that's been well established to pay appraised value, and I think that should be respected. With that in mind, the priorities for acquisition are set forth based on specific criteria in your ordinance, and that implementing ordinance has value for Collier County's drinking water, wildlife habitat, flood protection, and opportunity for public access. Public access is a priority, but it's not the only priority. Conservation of our most important natural resources is paramount for this program. This has been a super successful program. It has had overwhelming support from the electorate. In 2002, when it was initially approved, it was nearly 60% of the vote. It was then put through to a straw ballot in 2006 with 82% of the vote. And most recently in 2020, Nearly 77% of Collier County voted to approve this reauthorization of the program to move forward with acquisition. That is an overwhelming amount of this county and the electorate here. Clearly, people here, taxpayers, want to spend their taxpayer dollars, that ad valorem tax, to purchase properties, and that's what you guys have the opportunity to do today, is move forward with the process to get appraisals on the A-list properties. These properties were evaluated by your committee. They all have high environmental value, and they all meet those criteria set forth in the ordinance. With that in mind, I just want to express the Florida Wildlife Federation's support in moving forward with all of the A-list properties. And the final note I just want to make is on gopher tortoises. Unfortunately, gopher tortoises prefer sandy soils. It happens to be the same habitat that we like to build on. And you can move them, and you can permit those to be moved. Unfortunately, what happens is you end up extirpating these tortoises from their home range, and they end up not being able to live where they are supposed to be living. There are no gopher tortoise recipient sites here in Collier County. You cannot move a tortoise within Collier County. I think the closest one is maybe in Glades County at this point. And so just keep that in mind. You can move them, but you are extirpating them from their home range, and this program can play an important role in keeping this species here. Thank you.
Don't go away, Meredith. It's a very expensive process, by the way. Commissioner LaCastro has a question for you.
Oh, sure.
So Meredith, you're in first place. You speak faster than I do, according to Terry. So we have to work on that, right? Both of us. I appreciate what you say, that historically we've paid appraised value and to continue to honor that. But I aggressively disagree with that. First of all, you have a totally different board here, and times have changed. And so we're talking about taxpayer dollars here and trying to stretch a dollar. And if you heard my example of if I own the adjacent property, I bet you we've wasted a lot of money just by saying, oh, we'll pay appraised value. I bet there was a lot of owners that went back to their homes that were right next door to the property that we bought for appraised value, and then cracked open champagne and said, boy, you know, what a great deal I just got, and now I get to look over the 100 gopher tortoises that now make up my backyard in an area that'll never be developed. So I don't know if it's written somewhere that legally we have to always pay appraised value. Maybe that's the going in position, and so then the owner says, okay, I'll play and discuss. But in the end, I would hope we would negotiate. And if that's a new thing, then I'm all for starting a new thing, because it's called, you know, good business and stretching our dollar as far as it can go. And especially when you're talking about the price of the properties and what they've gone up. Maybe, you know, 15, 20 years ago, paying appraised value was rubber stamped, or however old this program is. But now, I mean, some of these properties on Marco are going to come in appraised twice, maybe 3 times what they would have even just a few years ago. We have to be dynamic enough, especially if we find out, and that's why if this does go through to be approved to just pursue, like we're saying, we're not buying anything, I would hope when whoever comes back and then tells us what the appraised values are, there's a couple of extra columns there that educate us on the owner does own the adjacent property, the owner has donated property before, or a little bit more of dynamic details, so we don't just say yes or no appraised value. And I would hope we would have that flexibility on these properties. And if somebody says we don't, then the sad thing is we may lose out on preserving some properties because we weren't dynamic enough to be able to negotiate. So maybe we all need to get a little smarter on the process. But if historically we've always paid appraised value, I don't think that means we have to. And so I would hope, you know, to get as many properties as we can, we would be able to be, flexible. Having said that as well, and I don't know necessarily that you're the expert to answer this question, but on some of these properties, if there's 150 gopher tortoises, and this sort of goes to what Commissioner Colwell was saying, if you did the math on, okay, I bought Conservation Collier wasn't able to rescue that property. So now I buy that property as a developer, I'm interested in it. If I really did the algorithm on what it would take to relocate those tortoises, all the other archaeological things that I would need to do, I mean, I would expect there's some properties on here that maybe we don't need to buy because they're really undevelopable, if that's a term. Although I will say a couple of meetings ago, I did say, especially on Marco, sometimes money's no object. And if somebody wants that property, so we do have to be really careful. But with your expertise, would you say that sometimes the cost is so exorbitant to do it properly, for someone to develop the property that it becomes like unbuildable?
So I would note that when you talk about how many boroughs are on the property, for example, in that in the one you said,
Right.
50 boroughs, that's not how many tortoises there are.
Right.
So
Yeah.
usually the number is half. So when you take, there's 150, 160 boroughs, half of that is actually occupied boroughs. And when you look at who's building on Marco, I don't know if I would put a lot of faith in the fact that people would say, oh, that's too much money. It's $6,000 or so per tortoise. You have half that number. It's a fraction of the cost of the parcel. They're going to be putting millions of dollars into the home. To me, I look at that cost and I see it as being negligible to the person building a home on that property, considering that it's a fraction of the cost of the property itself, plus what they're going to build on it. I don't know. I don't know those people's motivations, but to me, it seems to be negligible in cost.
I agree. I mean, that's what I said at a meeting is let's not discount some of these Marco properties because they're a little expensive and because they have a high concentration of exotic or endangered animals because somebody will come in and destroy it forever, possibly. But, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you do, and same to Brittany. I mean, I work really closely with her on Marco as well, and you guys are amazing.
Right there.
Your final speaker is Harrison Hubschman.
Yes, I forgot her name, but would you please, could she come back?
Meredith
I want to
Budd?
ask her a question.
No.
No?
No.
Can't do that?
This is,
Okay.
Commissioner LaCastro asked a question of her, but this is not a debate amongst the public.
No, it's not a debate.
No.
She said that there's no places in Collier County to move tortoises to.
Approved.
And approved places. Could we get a site approved?
Yes.
Number one. Number two, why spend $1 million for an acre where there's 100 tortoises or 100 burrows or whatever, where these tortoises have eaten all the food that they can eat, and now they have to cross roads to go to find food somewhere else, and they get run over by cars? Why not get a site approved, buy the site, and then move these tortoises to that site, rather than spend the money on buying $1 million acre lots in Marco Island? These tortoises need to be spread out. They need to have area to grow and to increase their numbers. They're not going to increase their numbers in a 1 acre lot. They're going to stay stagnant. They're going to eat up all the food that's there, and then they're going to run out in the streets looking for food on other lots and get killed.
Tortoises don't run.
I've seen them run. I lived in Pine Ridge for 20 years, and I had a lot right next door to me that had 6 or 8 of them on there, and they were always out in the streets running around. And you don't think they run? Approach one when they're outside their hole, and they run back down that hole as fast as they can. And I'm telling you, you can't catch one. It's impossible. But to spend the kind of money you're talking about to buy 1 acre where they're never gonna grow, never gonna increase in number, why don't we get a site approved in Collier County, buy it, and let the tortoises have a bigger range, much bigger range to go to? That's what I had to say.
Yeah, great idea. Thank you. There again, you're coming back, Summer. You have some.
When you're ready for me.
I'm ready for you. We're done with the public comment. I'm ready for you to help us with this diagnosis of Category A.
And if we can find a place, I would love to buy a gopher tortoise recipient area, but we have not seen any that are large. So, are you all ready to do the ranking part of this now that you've had the public comment? Okay. So you have the A, B, and C category. The A category are parcels that you would like to be considered further, and those we will obtain appraisals, and we have decided that we would wait to make until after we bring it to you if we need to do any extensive phase 1 testing or phase 2 testing. we would let you know about that. But we would at minimum do appraisals. And then if all we need to do is an appraisal, our current process by ordinance is that we move forward to the purchase agreement, and then that's what comes back to you all. And so,
And I think you heard from this board today in this discussion that there are other factors other than the market value associated with the piece of property. The developability of the property in concert with the cost to build the condos, to relocate the tortoises, the archaeological impacts are all have impact, all have effects on the overall value, and not necessarily in a positive manner, depending on which way you weigh it. I mean, from the archaeological value, some of those things are priceless, but also from a market standpoint, render that property undevelopable at all. So I think I heard today that we would like those considerations actually to be brought in the appraisal process as we're making the decisions going forward next year on the actual acquisitions.
okay, and it is my understanding, and I will confirm with real property that, like the appraisal that was done on the property that was continued, that the gopher tortoises were considered as part of the appraisal, but I will get that confirmed.
And also, it's also the other things that this board talked about as well.
Correct.
What are the overall impacts on who owns a piece of property? What
Yes, the
proximity are
adjacent.
they there? What value is the acquisition by Conservation Collier to the property owners that are next door, or to the actual owner of the property, and so on? So those are all things we would like to have considered.
Correct. We will include the information about where that property owner lives, if they live next door, or if they live down the street, or if they live out of town. So just to reiterate too, all due diligence, including appraisals, are at the cost of the county. And so if you vote for a category, and part of the reason I wanted to review this specifically is because last time you all did do an A and B category that you wanted us to pursue. So what I would request is that if you have any that are currently on the B category that you want us to pursue, that I would say move it to A. That way we're following the ordinance. And so B category is to hold for re-ranking at the next cycle. So that's something to consider as well. If there's something that you're not quite sure about, you can put that on the B category, and then it will come back to you in February at that time. And then C category is that there's no interest in acquiring on your part and will not be pursued, and it will be removed from the list for consideration. And the recommendation would be to approve cycle 11A, active acquisition list, and direct staff to pursue projects recommended within the A category. And I just want to note that the board will need to indicate the ranking category for those where staff and the CLAC recommendation are different. So I'm going to pull that up for you right now. And so here's your ranking list. I would like for you to indicate any that you would like to be moved to a different category?
No.
Or would you like them all to stay in the same category?
I am absolutely not comfortable in adjusting the rankings in any way, shape, or form. The CLAC has already reviewed these pieces of property. We start picking and choosing winners and losers when we move properties from A to B. I personally don't think that this board should be making a determination as to the rankings whatsoever. I think that this board, we have a source of funds. The electorate has agreed to make these acquisitions. I think we should go forward on all of the A-list properties, all of the B-list properties, and then come back individually with those properties. I don't know if C's even part of this list or not, but I'm not happy about ranking A and B, and then within A we have category 1, 2, and 3, and all those sort of things. These are properties that have been identified as environmentally sensitive. These are properties that have been identified as willing sellers. I think we should pursue these properties to the greatest extent possible, and then this board will make the decision individually based upon the appraised value and the circumstances of the acquisition. I don't want a motion today to limit us to not spend any more than X from up to $20 million. I don't want that motion.
Okay.
Because that puts this board in a position of having to make a decision at a later date. I mean, one of the most environmentally sensitive pieces of property out there is some of that land that's out east of State Road 29. Thousands of acres. I think they call it owl hammock in here.
That would be on your next cycle.
Correct. And so I would rather we not today be putting all that much limitation on what it is in fact you can do until you come back with the revised list and the priorities that the CLAC has actually made recommendations to us.
So, yeah, so Mr. Chair, I'd like, in the sake of time, I guess, or because I couldn't agree more, I'd like to make a motion that we accept this list as it's being presented, but also too that Summer, you take back that when you come back here, if my colleagues agree and it is passed, that we take the list right now as is recommended to us rather than picking and choosing. I couldn't agree more. That when you come back, maybe one of the things that we're going to do that's going to be new is a lot more detail on each parcel. Who the owner is there an accompanying, do they own land that's accompanying or any other dynamic things? It really shouldn't, especially in a time where real estate is so expensive now. I would hate to see us just say yes or no, thumbs up or down, we're paying $1.2 million next. But I'd make the motion we accept this list as is for consideration and appraisals, and then when you come back, we'll obviously decide if we where the money should be best spent.
When you have a chance, I just wanted some clarification.
We'll get there.
Yep.
Commissioner Saunders.
I'll second the motion. I do want to ask a question, and I may raise some issues when this comes back concerning the price for some of those parts.
Me too, yeah.
But I heard what you said, Mr. Chairman, in terms of not wanting to have any limitation on the amount of money that's being spent. And the recommendation says in order spending no more than $20,576,100. Do you want us to, is that part of the motion, or are we eliminating that restriction on the amount?
I would prefer today we eliminate that restriction.
I don't have any problem with that, but I just want to clarify for the record. So I'll amend the second if the motion maker is willing to.
Absolutely.
Okay, just to clarify that.
Yep.
Right, and again, when I was on my pedestal there, I would rather we not be. I would rather we not be ranking these A and B and 1, 2, 3 within A and so on. I would think that these properties have all been necessarily identified as environmentally sensitive, and we will take them into account based upon the appraised value and the circumstances that surround determination of that once staff actually gets to a contractual arrangement. What clarification more do you need?
So for the sanitation on Bethune Road property, that was on your B list. Staff has recommended that as C due to the PFAS found on the property.
Say that all again. Sanitation Road. I thought this piece was removed from the acquisitions list at all.
That you all put on the B list last time. So by default, anything on the B list remains on the list and then is re-ranked at the next ranking.
And that's a fine way to go. I mean, the A list is the A list and the B list is the B list. We had extensive discussions about this piece of property, and this all flies back into the valuation process when you buy an environmentally constrained or there are potential constraints based upon toxicity and things that come along with buying a piece of property like this. That all impacts the value. I have in my life bought gas stations where there was subsurface fuel tanks and the like, and you have to remediate those things. County manager's over here waving at me. So, yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, on this particular piece of property, as you're discussing, my suggestion is if they're gonna work on the entire list, we can simply just put this one towards the bottom. There's way more properties probably than we are gonna get through. we'll see what we can do on this one kind of on the side, just because there are a lot of concerns with this property. So let's see how far we get with the ones that maybe have a higher environmental value and less other environmental concerns, but we'll work this one on the side.
Okay, I'm not suggesting that we take it off the list by any stretch, but just,
Okay, so if you all are going to recommend it to go with the CLAC category of B, then I would want to tell you that we have been talking with an environmental consulting firm about getting the phase 2 and what that would cost if this property remained on the list. We're looking at about $30,000 right now.
we're not gonna do a phase 2 until I have a negotiated purchase agreement that takes into account all of the environmental concerns that travel around this piece of property. I'm not spending any more money on it. I don't think we should. Personally, it's not me.
No, it's-
Well, that's what I
Decision
wanted.
of the board, I'm sorry.
Understood, Commissioner.
Yeah, that's what I
Understand your
wanted
direction.
clarification on.
We'll,
Do we have a contract for purchase on this yet?
No.
Is it predicated, so for and until we have a contract for purchase that's predicated, that brings into account the appraised value, brings into account the potential circumstances that revolve around the toxins that are known to be there, no, we're not gonna go spend and do a phase 2 on a piece of property we haven't even got an agreement to buy.
Thank you.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, good. Tell us that.
I wanted to hear that from you. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Jiminy Christmas. So with that, it's been moved and seconded that we move forward on the A and B list with no price limitations with regard to the total amount of expenditures. Good with that? Is that a correct assumption, summation of the motion?
Yes, sir.
Second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we do that, and I'm not going to try to repeat that. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign, same sound, so moved.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And next time, just tell me those things. Just.
break. Commissioner, at this time, if we could take a short court reporter break?
Oh, yeah, how's your fingers? We will be back at, just turned 4:52. No, 4:42, forgive me. 10 minutes, 4:42.
Commissioner, you have a live mic.
Here we go. And here comes Trinity Scott to.
Item 11D is our add-on item, the second one. This is a recommendation to certify the existence of a valid public emergency for surveying, design, permitting, and post-design services required for the construction of an emergency berm necessary for protection of upland structures left vulnerable by Hurricane Ian, and to approve the issuance of a standard county work order to Aptum Environmental and Infrastructure LLC for an expenditure of funds for those services in a not-to-exceed amount of $187,636.25. This was added at staff's request. And Ms. Trinity Scott, your Transportation Services Department Head, is here to present.
Good afternoon. With me today, I have Beth Johnson, our Capital Project Planning Director, as well as Andy Miller, our Coastal Zone Manager, and Gary McAlpin. I was checking to see who was still in the audience this late in the afternoon. And I also have to thank the County Attorney's Office and the Clerk's Office for reviewing this item very expeditiously on my behalf. So I really want to thank our internal partners for working very well with us. As we know, Hurricane Ian, we started having impacts on September 27th, and the hurricane actually made landfall on September 28th. We had significant damage with regard to our beaches. Following the storm, we had an extensive cleanup effort. The pictures that you see here are pre- and post-storm with Vanderbilt Beach. After we finalized that cleanup, we had to wait for the beaches to equilibrate or settle down, and then we were able to commence surveys to determine our actual sand loss. During that survey time period, we had representatives from the Army Corps of Engineers, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and FEMA on our beaches, all of which expressed concern due to the heavy dune loss and the vulnerability of our upland structures from coastal storm flooding. We received our final survey results just about a week ago. And based on those survey results, it indicates that we will be eligible for FEMA Category B emergency berm construction. The deadline to complete the emergency berm construction is 6 months from the date of the storm, so that's the end of March. So today we are here asking the board to certify that there's a valid public emergency based on FEMA's requirement to have the project completed within 6 months of the storm event, the urgency to provide an emergency berm for the protection of the upland structures, and insufficient time to prepare and execute a request for proposal for design and post-design service. By declaring a valid public emergency, it allows the use of the Coastal Zone Management Library contracts and authorize the issuance of a work order to Aptum. The county will avoid losing critical time and avoid the loss of FEMA Category B reimbursement, and, my opinion, most importantly, have a berm in place prior to the next tropical season. So our request today is that the board declare and certify the existence of a valid public emergency, waive competition for the design and post-design services pursuant to Florida statutes and the Collier County Procurement Ordinance, and direct staff to expediently procure and commence the necessary services with Aptum to construct an emergency berm, and approve the issuance of a work order to Aptum Environmental for the design, permitting, and post-design construction services not to exceed $187,636.25. Typically, these projects go to the Coastal Advisory Committee, then the Tourist Development Council for a finding that the expenditure promotes tourism, and then to the board. Unfortunately, we're a little out of order, so we will go to the Tourist Development Council at their next meeting, which will be in January, and we'll get that finding that this expenditure promotes tourism.
And protects the environment and protects upland structures and all of the things that are there. And I think just as a point, my colleagues want to speak first. As usual, I'll let them go first, and if they don't cover it, I will. Commissioner Hall.
So Trinity, how far of a distance are we talking building this berm?
So we'll be looking for all the way from Marco Island, all the way to the northern parts of the beaches. And part of this will also be working with FEMA to determine the specific areas that are eligible, and working with If there's an opportunity for private beaches to be included, we'll be working through that process over the next couple weeks.
So
And
it's,
also coordination, I'm sorry to interrupt, coordination with the incorporated areas as well.
So we're talking about miles for $188,000.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's just a study. This is the design, or the study and the design. It doesn't
Well,
include.
this isn't the sand?
No,
No.
Jiminy Christmas.
No, that's
Have you bought it?
I thought it was a good deal.
It is a good deal. This is a good deal, but it doesn't include the sand.
Oh,
The sand and the hauling of the sand will come back at a future board meeting. We will be going out to bid for those items over the next couple weeks as well.
Commissioner Saunders.
Two quick questions, because I want to make sure I understood. You're going to be bringing this back to the Tourist Development Council, but we're authorizing you today to start expending the funds. So you don't have to wait for the TDC for approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just want to make sure that that was clear on the record. And you got 187,000 as a not to exceed amount. I guess if more funds are necessary because of some difficulties, you'll be able to come back to us without having to interrupt the project, if that's the case. I don't want you to be in a position where it turns out it's going to cost $190,000 and the project comes to a screeching halt because of you don't have the authority.
We have attached the work order from Aptum Environmental to the project. That will be sufficient funds to get us started and back into the swing of board meetings again in the next few weeks in January, should something crazy occur.
All right, then one other question in terms of planning. Have you already located the sand source and then started to negotiate a price for the sand? Because we know we're going to need sand, so.
We have to use what's like beach compliant sand. It needs to be similar in nature to the existing sand. So yes, we have a sand source. We have talked with the sand source that we have utilized in the past. We will be putting that out, and they have indicated that they do have sufficient capacity. But we will be putting this out for an invitation to bid over the next few weeks, and we'll bring that to you with the hauling in the next, at your upcoming board meetings.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't miss that March deadline for FEMA reimbursement.
We are sprinting.
Well, we want to sprint with you, so just let us know what you need.
Go forth. Commissioner Kowal.
Yeah, I'm kind of going to piggyback on Commissioner Saunders. So we approved up to 187, was the 636.25 today. And that gets us in that parameter where we're not going to lose that FEMA funding down the road. As long as we get this portion of it moving forward, we get the studies done and all that stuff done in a certain time, or is this actually, we have to have the job complete with the sand on site and already in place?
So per FEMA guidelines, we are to be complete with the project. The berm needs to be in place by the end of March.
Okay.
That is why we are moving forward, why we came to you today, so that we could get the emergency design, so we could get the design done, as well as the emergency permitting that's necessary. Concurrent with that, we're going to be putting out that bid for the sand and the hauling and bringing that back, so that hopefully by end of January, we are out putting sand on those beaches, which would give us about 2 months to get this completed, which will be a very aggressive schedule for us, but we need to get started.
Thank you, Trinity. Thank you.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Trinity, were there any areas where sand, a large amount of sand was aggressively moved by Hurricane Ian and it just needs to be repurposed and moved back, or literally all the sand just sort of washed away and we're starting from scratch in every single spot?
We are not starting from scratch in every single spot. However, the sand needs to be evaluated. We have the sand stockpiled in areas. Some of it is on the beaches. Some of it is in private areas. Some of it is in rights of way outside of, in areas outside of where most folks would see it. So that sand needs to be evaluated and cleaned before it can go back on the beach.
Yeah, okay. So in some cases, it's cheaper and faster to acquire the sand, and then some of the sand that maybe doesn't make the cut just needs to be moved or repurposed elsewhere.
And I will also say, this is for an emergency berm. This
Right.
is not a renourishment project, which
Right.
will also be coming forth in the future as well, that we're working with our federal and state partners as far as what we may qualify for additional sand. But this is just to get that emergency berm in place prior to hurricane season.
Thank you.
And my question is, what about, we've been talking about turtles a lot. How does this coincide with the sea turtles?
So I need to be 100% complete by May 1st before sea turtle nesting season.
So that it accomplishes that. So with that, I'll make a motion for approval.
Second.
Seconded and thirded. It's been moved and approved that we go forth with this as recommended by staff. Is there any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, so moved.
Thank you.
And wait till you see the sand bill.
Big sandbox.
Commissioners, item 14B1 is a recommendation to accept a project update to the Bayshore Drive redevelopment project currently under design with Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. for the pedestrian connection from Bayshore Drive to Sugden Regional Park. Ms. Deborah Forrester, your CRA director, is here to present or answer questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Deborah Forrester, Community Redevelopment Agency Director. This afternoon, we would like to provide you the update on a project that has been a top priority for the community for many years. As you heard today in our award presentation, Bayshore Drive has evolved over the last 20 years, and it has now become a destination for people both within that community and outside the community. Moving forward on this project will allow us to further the redevelopment plan goals, which is to create and promote quality of life, economic vitality with the mixed income, urban, and multi.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. And the Bayshore Drive redevelopment project right now, in terms of where we stand, is about 60% complete. And this is a 60% presentation similar to what was given to the advisory board last week. We'll be turning over our documents to the CRA within the week to mark that 60% completion. The aerial image on the cover slide here really does a good job at conveying what we are doing. The Bayshore Drive is to the bottom, Sugden Park to the top. The lake and property along Bayshore Drive, that's an out parcel. That does not belong to the county, it's private property. But we have the properties that surround that extending all the way to Sugden Park. That happens to be the top of the slide to the east. So in 2012, there was a PUD put together, and this is the zoning that really allows for this public way and this public connection between Bayshore Drive and Sugden Park. Bayshore Drive here is on the left, it's a little hard to see, and Sugden Park off to the right. And so this is the zoning document that allows for this to be built. Secondarily, as Deborah has mentioned, 2017, I believe it was, the community had certainly voted and gathered their input and said this is one of the key elements that we need. We need access from Bayshore to Sugden. And so that's what this project really is all about. Early on, we sat down, we said, well, what is the experience people are going to have? I mean, we can build a walkway, and we can connect the dots, but what's the experience here? Well, with the success that's happened along Bayshore Drive, and really the first third of this, which is a large 2.5-acre parcel open land, there's a number of things that want to happen there. One, we want to be able to preserve land for future opportunities. And secondly, begin that movement from Bayshore to Sugden. So we dubbed that little bubble cultural. The central bubble, where we'll be going through much of the more naturalized lands, although invasive species that we will need to clean up. We sort of said that ought to be a natural experience. And then the third experience really is the one where you land into Sugden Park, and thinking more of that as coming into that recreational facility and aspect. So this, conceptually, as we talk about this project, we see this as not just a connection, but creating these experiences as you go through. Right now, this is where the plan stands. And again, with Bayshore Drive on the left of the slide, the first length, that first third, is really part of a promenade. It's a hard surface at grade, and you notice that most of the green space to the north has been preserved for future use, future opportunities. That promenade will bring you basically into what is the more naturalized areas of this boardwalk, and you see that that then stays green. It has the associated lakes with it, and we create that experience through there. We've looked at two things. The direct connection, which we are referring to as phase one. That's really what we are focused on today. Once we leave that promenade, we're going to have an opportunity for really two types of experiences. One at a boardwalk level. Generally, the boardwalks are in areas where we are associated with lake edges or wetlands. And then also, there is some upland area in there as well, where we'll come back down to the ground, and we will be on a pavement type system. And we do this and create these experiences, create these points to stop, overlook the lay of the land, and eventually make ourselves to Sugden Park. Phase 1A, I should note, is an area we took a look at. It's a future piece of work, but it's actually a piece of upland, again, in the master plan that's, or PUD plan, that's indicated to have this type of facility on it. Here we've proposed perhaps the future allows not just for walking at ground level, but actually to get up in the canopies and really do a canopy tour, another elevated type of a boardwalk and a different experience. This is a really sort of a good example of where we have upland, land area that the county owns that is not wet and or lake bodies. The area in green is our upland areas where we really have the opportunity to build on the ground. The balance of that, and you can see, hopefully you can make out where some of these boardwalks occur over either the blue areas, which are wetland, or lake edges. That helps us through survey and being out on property sort of determine what level of land we want to be on. And it also is a cost driver. Admittedly, to build boardwalk is going to cost more than building on the ground, something that we're paying attention to and going through now. One of the other elements, and this is not necessarily unique, but when we remove the exotic vegetation, we will have some revegetation work to do. We're looking at this exercise as one that really allows us to put in different vegetated areas and actually create habitat that doesn't necessarily exist now. One of the partners in this exercise is the Botanical Garden. So I've met with them on a number of occasions now, both on property and in their facilities, and we're beginning to develop that more detailed plan that will help us revegetate as well as create habitat space that doesn't currently exist. A couple of the details I just wanted to share with you about the boardwalks and the promenades. One of the things in the hardscape surfaces, we're looking at a concrete paver base, but we thought, you know, if we're going to play to natural shapes and do some of these other things that we've purported to do conceptually early on, is we ought to be able to find some fun. It really adds to the aesthetic of the property and the boardwalk. We ought to find some fun in the way we put pavers down. So the image on the left is a plan view of how we would pattern those concrete pavers. And really what we do, and they're taking as inspiration, is, you know, just the layering of the oak leaf, if you will, in that one image, just as a way to play with pattern. The cross-section of that first third and the promenade is on the right. We'll have benches, we'll have lighting, trash cans, bike racks, these sorts of things, to create that boardwalk space and again, enhance that experience. The boardwalk itself and the retained edges, wet edges, we're looking at generally a wooden boardwalk, wooden and/or concrete piers below, generally for the most part engineered woods and finishes for longevity, no doubt. And we're looking at a couple of different ways we may treat handrails in this case. One, if we're in an area where we've stopped, we're in an overlook, perhaps we use more of a wired fence mesh, which is shown in the middle image, the top image with a picket. Perhaps that's the boardwalk that is simply being traversed. So there's different ways, again, to play to the experience across this boardwalk system. And one of the things we're hopeful to do, if and when and where we have retained systems, rather than pouring in concrete, we use the gabions, which is a mesh-filled basket with a rock. It allows plant material to grow in it when you're on the upland side, and if you're on a water's edge, it actually creates a small habitat area for fish and wildlife. So again, while we sort of try to continue this aesthetic and we sort of speak into nature, create habitat, it's really sort of this holistic effort that's being made in the boardwalk system. As I said, this project will come with furnishings, the trash can and the bench on the right. Actually, fun name, they're already called Lakeside, but just, grass sort of shapes and all to them. Lighting and security will also be important. We've had conversations about security that would close the system down at night, both on the park side and also the Bayshore side, so that the boardwalk is secure. And that's something that we have more work to do with the county to understand the county systems, but that's key to, if you will, what we would call site furnishings and management of the site. Just a quick list of things that in recent times we've done. We've had our DEP pre-application meeting mid-November. As Deborah said, we've met with CRA Advisory Board. Just last week, South Florida Water Management pre-application meeting. So DEP and South Florida Water Management, two entities that we'll be making permit applications to. We're here today meeting with you all. And starting next year, we will be with growth management, again with our own site development permitting. We'll have neighborhood update meetings. I'll be back again in front of the CRA board and the advisory board with generally a March timeframe to package this and go to bid. So with that, I just want to thank you for your time and certainly answer any questions you've seen in design here or summary of this package.
Put the picture back up of the 60% design. Put that picture back up for me, please.
This one?
Yes.
Yes.
No one else is lit up here. I don't want to do phase 1A until a later date.
Understand, and while we've looked at it in a broader thinking, I think it falls outside the budget. So it would not come forward beyond this period of time.
Number two, was consideration given to, I'm really happy that we're partnering with the garden. I mean, I've met with those folks and they're really excited about it as well, but was consideration given to a straight across path for the boardwalk along the south side of the property? That straight shot that goes right straight over, and that would be the least expensive, and it would also be the least intrusive for any future uses for the site.
We did look at that, and 2 or 3 thoughts that came out of that, and in no particular order here. One, that's actually an active right-of-way, Kelly Court. And so therefore, putting that boardwalk down through Kelly Court and extending then into Sugden Park, concern was it was contrary to the PUD master plan, where Kelly Court is actually a road access point into that southern middle third, if you will. Secondly, one of the things we like about, I'll call it this midpoint rather than the southern edge. In the midpoint, what we are able to do there, we're able to provide more experience, if you will, a variety of experience. But we're also able to balance the location of that boardwalk and its system between Jeepers Road on the south, the community to the south, and the community to the north. It's not an exact 50-50 split, but it's pretty close. And so part of that thinking was that that's also a good balance for separation, if you will, privacy or otherwise, to those backyards and those two neighborhoods. And so we did think of it, and those were just some of the more global conversations that we had to bring us to this point.
Commissioner Saunders.
Do you have any idea when this construction project would actually get started and finished?
Yeah, you want to answer? Yeah.
Certainly. So, Commissioner, we would hope that once we finalize the design in March, we would put it out for bid. Hopefully by May, we'll be able to come back to you. We do have $2,250,000 in a budget for this particular project, so we would like to move forward. The community is very interested in making this a priority and to complete it as soon as possible.
Right. Is there, are there arrangements for parking at the street end so people can park and then walk across the boardwalk? Is that the plan? And if so, how big a parking lot would it be, and where would that be?
So we don't have any parking tied to this phase of the project. This is strictly a pedestrian pathway. One idea is, of course, some people will be parking on Sugden's property and then coming over to Bayshore. For the people in the community of Bayshore, a lot of them are very interested in being able to bike and walk and take their dogs across to the property themselves. We also do have our CRA parking lot that's down at the corner of Cocoa. It's a little bit of a walk, but you could park there. One day, the CRA has talked about having a shuttle that'll run up and down Bayshore to move people. We also have Dell's property on the corner of Thomason and Bayshore, and we hope to bring that back to you soon as another option for parking.
How far away is Dell's Corner from?
From this piece of property,
Mile.
maybe a half a mile.
Yeah, it's closer than Cocoa.
Yes, you've walked.
Well, the only reason I ask is if I wanted to go out there and walk on the boardwalk in May or June, whenever it's finished, it'd be very difficult for somebody outside of that immediate area to utilize that. And so I was just wondering if there's any plan at all to have this a facility that the general community can use.
And I think that certainly could be phase two. As you note, that we have two upland areas, the 2.2 acre lawn that we're calling it, where the community can have a festival, and then the other piece off of Kelly Court there could also be developed for some other use.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I mean, it's a really good point on parking. You know, we've got some areas that we've developed where there's minimal to no parking, and then what happens is people find parking. And so you look at this aerial here, and you've got houses close by and other things. What I'd hate to hear is that we invested millions into this beautiful boardwalk, and then we've got people here in yellow shirts saying no to the boardwalk, and you've just turned my neighborhood into a parking lot for people who want to enjoy it. So I know it's at the 60% phase, so we're not voting on doing it, but all I would say is don't discount that, because I can give you five examples right now of where people go to enjoy something and they park all over lawns and places. Isles of Capri is a perfect example. When they all want to go to the Capri Fish House and there's not enough parking in the middle of season, they find it. and then, we hear a lot of those complaints, and that's a little bit of a different example than this, but, you build something, if you build it, they will come, and saying, oh, that's maybe what we would do in the second phase. I don't think the neighbors around this area would love hearing that. So it's just the thought, because this would be a nice, like you said, pedestrian walkway, but there'll be people who come from further out areas that want to walk this beautiful pedestrian walkway, and they're going to put their cars somewhere.
And we can certainly look at that and bring that back to you.
And I'm not suggesting a gigantic parking lot somewhere, but somebody smart on the design really needs to not discount that.
Any other questions?
What between the middle path and the south path, what's the cost difference?
I don't know if we've looked at the cost difference. I think one of the reasons, like Kevin had mentioned earlier, is keeping Kelly Court open would allow us to utilize that second upland property, which is probably about 4 acres, for future development or for future construction area.
Right.
Did you have you don't have a price class? I don't think we have a price because we have been focusing on this
Right.
selection.
It just, in my oversimplified viewpoint, straight path across the southerly end. It may have some issues with the neighbors to the south, but it would be it wouldn't preclude the utilization of the road if there was I think you call it Kelly Court. It wouldn't preclude that as a portion of the access point if someday it got turned into a road to be able to access that middle portion there for something to be developed. So I'm concerned that we're doing something that's going to force us to have to make other decisions at a later date that aren't necessarily as prudent as considering all of the alternatives. Did that come out okay?
I'm going to see, Kevin, did we look at that at all in your earlier assessments?
Again, we had looked at that, and we actually felt it was going to inhibit getting into the larger 3 to 4 acre piece. Again, the width of the boardwalk, I don't recall Kelly Court. I think Kelly Court's only 30 feet wide. I mean, there's not a lot of width there. And so, well, one of the positive things that exists at Kelly Court where it meets Bay Shore today is there's a curb cut. There's a drop there. And so, as we were talking about parking, the first thought is, why don't we just build a little access road and parking lot off of Kelly Court? It's one of the things I see just in, listening to the comment and seeing the image. But I think where we're constrained on Kelly Court is to put a boardwalk promenade width plus 24 feet of drive, which would be our minimum requirement, all of that in the confined space that Kelly Court is. That's the challenge, I think, is, and, part of that challenge is crystal ball, right? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say what's going to happen in the 2 acres of lawn area to the northwest, or what may happen, here down in the southern half too. So what we feel we've done is provided the most flexibility into this plan, rather than committing Kelly Court simply to the pedestrian way. It's really that simple. And conceptually, a cost could be put together and we could balance that.
It was a thought. I mean, if I heard correctly, there's a budget here of $2.5 million for this boardwalk.
2.2.
Right. Since we acquired this piece of property, since this piece of property was acquired, The goal has been to build a boardwalk out of this property over into Sugden. And so I would think that it would be prudent for us to have that cost comparison between the two locations and give consideration to the folks down on Jeepers with regard to privacy and so on and so forth. It looks like there's a sufficient buffer there, but it's difficult to say.
And actually, one of our scheduled upcoming meetings will be a neighborhood meeting. I will say some of those folks along Jeepers have sort of extended into our property for a lakefront backyard. So I think working with them, they will also, I think, once we remove the exotics, there'll be a different view for that neighborhood. So I think privacy, any buffering that we would have to put in for that pathway would be something that they would probably really want to see.
Commissioner Cowell.
I'm looking at the picture everybody else is looking at, and everybody keeps referring to Kelly Court. I don't see it on there. I'm not familiar with it, so I would like to at least know what the other commissioners are referring to as the southern.
Kelly Court, if you can see the cursor here, is this piece here. There's, like I said, the curb cut exists here, and it would come down here, and it provides access into this parcel of land.
Okay, so we don't actually own the park just west of that body of water next to Bay Shore.
This is an out parcel, correct, the body of
So
water.
we have a little slither of that little bit of vegetation just south of that property? Is that what you're saying? And the other part's a utility right away?
That's right. In fact, Kelly Court, historically Bay Shore Drive was Kelly Drive. Kelly Court's kept its name.
Yeah.
And it's simply that, correct, an access then to the east, in the upland areas to the east.
And the maintained grassy area through there is pretty much utility right away?
No, most of your utilities and easements are going to be out here on Bay Shore Drive. And so this is two things. This is an open area land. It is two parcels of land, half of it to the west, half of it to the east.
So eventually we could do something with that.
But this affords around 2+ acres of land.
Yeah.
You know, we've taken the southern 50 feet roughly to do our surface and water management and the other things. But
So I guess I'm just thinking out in the future then, if we have this parcel up in the northwest corner, that's accessible to us as a county to do something in the future.
Absolutely.
So if we put the boardwalk all the way on the south end, we only have about 30-foot of easement between this unknown part that's maintained, which to me would assume to be some sort of,
It's our right of way.
it's the right of way, yes,
And that big square right there is ours.
and that's ours.
One of the things we
So you-
liked is,
We would almost have to move the entrance of the walkway at some point if we do have a parking lot and facilities on the other part where people can use, if we put it in the south.
potentially, I think one of the things we saw too in this middle is that you're able to hang sort of like a necklace, right? If this is the necklace, this is the one.
Let me just simplify it. I guess what I'm saying, if we say, all right, it's a few $1,000s cheaper to go all the way along that landmass in the south and have one bridge over here. But then eventually when we develop that parcel up in the northwest corner, they have no access to the boardwalk from that parcel.
You're right, you'd have to.
So then we'd have to add more money just to connect the two in the future.
Right.
So which one do we really saving money on? I guess that's my question, and that's for us to figure out.
Without that cost comparison for what that expense associated, because they'd have to, if we utilize that northwest corner as a parking lot, they'd have to walk down the sidewalk to get to Kelly Court to be able to to be able to walk over to Sugden. That was what I was thinking as far as a cost comparison goes.
Would you like us to look at those two options and come back at a later date so you can decide if we want to move forward with one or the other, or go forward with the design that we have today that has been vetted by the advisory board. They do support this design. I think, again, the two parcels that we would have available, not just the 2.2 that are up here on the lawn, but eventually this other parcel would also be available. And the community had looked at, years ago, there was always the thought of putting some other type of attraction there, such as an art kind of community center, also just leaving it as public open space.
Commissioner Saunders.
I like the location where you have it right now. It seems like if you put it along, what was the name of that road?
Kelly Court.
Kelly Court. If you put it along there, it seems like there'd be all kinds of problems with access to our bigger parcel, and you'd have to have some kind of a bridge over the road, or you'd have pedestrians and traffic interacting. So I think that where you have it is really the best location, and that parcel that that parcel there, you could probably create a little bit of temporary parking there once the boardwalk is open. So I think that's. I don't have any problem looking at the other location in terms of a price comparison, but I don't see any advantage in moving it there. I think this is the right location.
My only thought, just so you know what I was thinking, was that it's a right-of-way that we have already, and we should at least have a cost. I would like to see a cost comparison between the proposed path and that path. I would like to see what the comparison between those two is. We still go forward with this design and this project, but have at least have that comparison for us to have a look at to make a determination ultimately.
Commissioners, we could take a look at what it would look like to put the boardwalk down there, but secondly is if there's any linear options, a little bit of parking and perhaps an ability to just have a linear line, like for bikes and things down that, maybe not now, but eventually. So you would have the benefit potentially of the pathway or the boardwalk and potentially a linear connection as well. And maybe that could be utilized as some temporary parking, give us some options. So they could proceed forward down this design, but we'll look at a couple of those options that maybe give us some other flexibility.
Commissioner Colwell.
I just want to say that price of concrete's going through the roof. So Highland concrete walk path might be twice as much as the our wooden bridges over there. So just saying. So
Agreed.
But I'm open to hear both sides.
Okay, so we will follow the county manager's lead and bring back two options for you, and we'll move forward on the 60%. All right. Thank you so much.
You need a vote on that, or you?
I don't think so.
Just to
an
accept it,
update.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Great holiday.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15. This is staff and general commission communications. We'll be starting with 15A, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
We have 3 such registered speakers. Kathy Navi, am I saying it right, Navi? Novi. And she will be followed by Harrison Hubschman.
After 4.5 hours, I don't even know what my name is, but we were going to comment on Earth Tech and what they're doing with the Tararima situation, the city dump as we call it. It's been relatively quiet. We have some debris on our lanais, but not as much as we have had before. But we need to expedite the process. This was the report card meeting, I believe, Commissioner LaCastro, and we need to speed it up. And we don't want this going until May. So I don't know if they can bring in additional machinery. I thought he was going to go first, so I would have commented on what he said. But we're pleasantly happy. I have the HOA president here with me, Mr. Gorey, and we're pleasantly happy with what's going on. But let's get the show on the road, all right? And just one comment for Commissioner Castro. I have to say you have been very supportive, unlike other commissioners in the past, and you have been very proactive, and the community appreciates that. You're welcome. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Harrison Hubschman, and he'll be followed by, I'm going to guess, is this Chuck Scheck? Chris.
Mr. Gehring.
That's close. Oh, that's it. Okay, Chris Gear. Okay, thank you.
Proves my point.
Merry Christmas, Commissioners. And I'm Harrison Hubschman with Highland Properties. And I'm here to give you basically a report on how things have been going at the site. We, to date, as of Friday, we've crushed 13,199 cubic yards of material in a 25-day working period. In other words, 25 actual working days. That's approximately an average of 2,640 cubic yards per week. And we're still waiting for a second machine, possibly, to be moved in. Chris is here to talk about that. We had one breakdown that cost us 2 days that we couldn't work. We had another day for the hurricane that we couldn't work. Plus we had Thanksgiving, which we're not supposed to work. And as far as I know, I didn't know she had any debris on her lanai, but because Kathy. I didn't know she had any debris on her lanai because I didn't think we were close to anybody's homes. But Jamie Cook has told me that she has zero complaints from anyone as far as noise or dust or anything. If you do have some, we'll be okay. We'll be happy to clean it up. Basically, we're asked for the chance to show you what we can do. We're in compliance with South Florida. We're in compliance with code enforcement and the county. We have no complaints from anyone except for this one small complaint. And we want to continue. We want to move ahead as quickly as possible. We were asking for you wanted to put a deadline on this, and we were saying the end of May is when we would be very confident that we would have it finished. Chris, you want to come up? Let Chris talk about the possibility of a second machine coming in, which will cut that date back quite a bit, obviously. Sure. So I'll let him speak.
I'm Chris Gehring with Earth Tech Enterprises. We were engaged to clean up the concrete rubble on this project. Well, we've been there a little over a month, and we're making good progress. There's, we've taken precautions for dust, noise. I think we've done a pretty good job without having any complaints up to this point. The real struggle here is this material didn't come in overnight. It's not going to be processed overnight. It has to be. We have to basically process it prior to putting it in the crusher and getting our final product. So there's just more moving parts than just coming in there and just throwing more machines at it. It's got to be the right machines with the right people. We don't want to cause more problems with the neighbors, and so we're looking at, we're aggressively trying to get more equipment. We've been a little bit overrun since the hurricane at our other crushing operations. We're getting a lot of, concrete and debris in there. So we haven't been able to finish up with machines at other locations to get them there. But it's not so much about getting a crusher there as it is about the support equipment for the crusher to process this material. So I would say we're hoping that, by the beginning of January, no later than mid-January, we would have a couple more machines in there that will be processing this so we can get more crushed at this point.
Commissioner LaCastro, do you have a question for them or a comment?
No, just comment. But I don't want to interrupt you unless you finish.
I'm good. I got answer anything you need.
And I know that Jamie Cook wants to talk, so maybe we hear her presentation first. But I think you guys covered a chunk of what I wanted to hear. But Ms. Cook, I'll hold my comments till you're finished.
Okay. Jamie Cook, the Director of Development Review. Commissioner LaCastro at the November 8th meeting had asked us to come back at this meeting and provide an update as to how the operation was going. As Mr. Hubschman said, they've crushed approximately 13,000 cubic yards of materials since they started at the end of October. There was some days, as they mentioned, that some weeks that had less crushing occur. Hurricane Nicole and the uncertainty of that path, the Thanksgiving holidays, and they did have a couple of days with a mechanical failure. Other than that, they have met all of these stipulations that we placed on them, including the hours of operation, the days of the week that they could be crushing, waters being maintained on the crusher during operations. Site maintenance has been upheld. So I have not received any complaints of the work that's been done so far during the operations. I've had staff continually visiting the site just to check on the operations, and although it is slow, we are making progress, so we are happy with what's occurred thus far.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you. I too have heard positive comments. I've gotten emails from citizens who've said that, to include Ms. Novi, but other people as well, that said, you promised to do it better, faster, cheaper, smarter, and you have. And even your comment to her saying, hey, if your patio's dirty, we'll clean it up. We weren't hearing that, in the past. But a few other comments. Please continue to maintain the weeds and the silt fence. In the past couple of windstorms, that silt fence would fall down. It's not our job to tell you we see it on the ground. You're there every day. And the same thing with sort of the weeds. It's a very visible area. Here's the bulk of my comments. We missed a few days because the holidays, totally understood. We're about to miss some more. We got Christmas, we got New Year's, and every day, think of every day as like a month. And the one thing I would say to you, sir, is I can definitely appreciate that due to the hurricane, you have other business and other things, that have come up, and you have crushers spread out in other places because of damage. Okay, this is an old project. So to me, this is the most important thing right now on your plate. And I say this sort of sarcastically, but not really. In the history of the universe, this is the biggest thing you have right now. New business is new business. This is old, unfinished business. So if there's crushers being sent to, Port Royal or, other places, I realize that that's a priority, but this has been a priority that's been neglected. So to us here, this thing is already way past due. And so and I'm not hearing you say, hey, we'll get to it when we get to it. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the priority is to get equipment there. To hear that possibly we could get some new equipment in January, that to me seems like, wow, I'm disappointed, to hear that, and I'm sure there's other factors, and I would appreciate your comment after I sort of go through, a couple of things. One of the things I mentioned with Ms. Cook is we've met at great length. And this isn't directive, but just to try to brainstorm how can we condense the timeline? And there's several ways to condense it. More of the right equipment and more of the right people, and I would hope that we could aggressively do that. One thing that I've said from day one is while you're crushing rock, if there's giant boulders that are on the property right now that are going to take a long time to crush because they're larger than the rest, maybe while you're crushing the medium and small things, you do bring a few trucks in and remove some bigger boulders, and you bring them to another site, or you bring them to a landfill somewhere, and we're burning the candle at both ends. I'm not saying that that's an approved solution, but I'm just trying to think of things and then want to hear why that's impossible. Right now you're working from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. One of the things that we talked about, and it's something to just spitball up here, is maybe increase those hours, maybe increase Saturday crushing. I think the citizens, you just heard from Ms. Novi, who represents the community, they want it done as quickly as possible. And if you've been doing it faster, quieter, less dusty, I think, right now you're doing it in daylight hours, so I don't know, giving you a few minutes here on either side is going to be a big deal, but I thought, at least possible consideration of Saturday crushing. To hear your comment back of, wow, if you gave us an extra day, if we had one extra day every week, that could shave off 6 or 8 weeks of crushing. If we remove some of the big giant boulders, which are going to take the longest time to crush, while we're crushing things that are more crushable, that would shorten the time. And also, if we bring out the right equipment and the right people, do all of that, and we might be sitting here talking about something much, much sooner than May. I'd love to hear your comment on that. And my concluding thought is, I don't want to give a timeline of May or March. My recommendation would be, and this sits, smack dab in my district, my recommendation would be our next meeting is January 10th. I would love to hear the next report card at that meeting. And as I said from day one, I'd like to take smaller bites of this apple, but aggressive bites, and you have been doing that. And make an assessment on January 10th because one of the things that did concern me is if you look at the cubic yards you've removed, the first week you guys attacked that lot was the most you removed. It was like over 3,000 cubic yards, and then it was 2,500, and then it was 2,200. Some of that was missed days, weather, broken equipment. So we got that answer. It wasn't an apples to apples type thing, but the reality is we sort of went backwards for various things, which could continue to pop up again. We have holidays, equipment breaks, and so I think all the things I mentioned of would you consider crushing on Saturday, and do we think that's a smart idea? Can we get equipment there, much faster, the right equipment and the right people there much faster? And is there material on the lot that is much larger than the bulk of what's there, and actually removing that so it doesn't need to be crushed would be one of the many different things we could do that together would condense this timeline. I'm curious to hear your comments on all that.
Okay, well, since I didn't write them all down, I'll do my best. Okay.
Well, let's just talk machinery.
He'll remind you.
So Saturday, we'd love to crush on Saturday. That would be great. The guys like to get the hours. Obviously, you do the math, it picks you up almost 1 week a month.
Well, that's what we kind of thought, yeah.
So if we get the approval for Saturday, instead of, we'd be glad to.
And it might be smarter hours. Maybe, right now you're crushing at 8 a.m., maybe a Saturday 9 a.m. start or something. I don't, but that's semantics. Okay, so one thing was the days, and we're not saying yes to that now. I mean, I'm just, I want to just see what the options are. So B would be equipment and the right people. Really, we have to go deep into January before you can add equipment?
So the equipment, the crusher can actually crush more than we're doing. And so to bring your point, the first week we crushed a little bit more because that material was small, almost already processed, minimal process.
That's why I want you to remove the big stuff.
Well, we're getting to that, but so technically it would almost all be big at this point. There's nothing now that's so much bigger that it's slowing us down, but we actually brought in another densifier that helps to prepare that material to go into the crusher. And that's what I'm working on now, is getting another densifier, a third one there. And and it's not like you just call the rental store and they have this type. This is more specialized equipment.
Yeah, but you said you have these pieces of equipment on other
I have these at other
locations.
Facilities that are taking in. I would be having another conversation if all our facilities were shut down and nobody had places to dump concrete and remove them from other things. So it's not about the crusher, it's more about the equipment to process it. So I'm working on getting another densifier there, and we actually bought one to go on on our second one. So in the lead time on that, they're about 6 weeks, and I placed that order a few weeks ago. So once I get it, and I just don't want to. I don't want to over, promise and under deliver, and somebody doesn't deliver me the part that I need to get on the machine. I have the machines, we just need to get the attachments to them. Yeah. So that will help speed things up. Then we'll be back up to what that crusher could ultimately put out in a day.
Do you think bringing in any equipment, because it's much less complicated equipment, to remove some rock, whether it's big, medium, small, or whatever, but to start to reduce the inventory of the rock? So you're crushing as fast as you can, but maybe you're bringing in a certain amount of trucks, certainly not some big, huge, gigantic convoy, but removing something to save us a month of crushing, every single rock that's on that property. Do you think, is that feasible at all?
I don't think it's feasible. I mean, from a cost perspective, it's not feasible. But then if we start bringing in you're gonna have the same problem we had when they were bringing the material in, is taking it out. It's gonna be dusty, noisy. It doesn't just load up on a machine. You're throwing these big pieces of concrete and rock and rubble in there, and we're gonna be creating the same problem that got us into
And I'm
this
saying that a little bit to set you up because I wanted to hear that answer, and I want the public to hear that answer, that we're not stupid. We're not sitting here saying, oh, why don't they just, ship it all out? I said at the very first meeting to the citizens, be careful what you wish for. I think 100 trucks a day going down the road removing the rock is not a solution. That that train's already left the station. The rock's there now, but I thought it possibly was feasible. But you've answered that question. That if there was something that was ginormous on the lot, that it's going to take us a week to just crush that one giant rock. But what I'm hearing you say is everything's pretty much about the same size, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's why I like the idea to propose to my colleagues here that you come back on January 10th, because between now and then, you lose a few holidays here and there. But if we agreed that having you crush certain hours on Saturday, as you said, would that one day gives us exponential help, and that you work as hard as possible to get any kind of additional machinery in there between now and January 10th. Then when you come back here at our next commissioner meeting, we get report card number 2, which is, did you get additional machinery? Yes, we did. And here's what it did. Did we let you crush on Saturday? Yes, and here's how it helped. No, we didn't get additional machinery, but it's coming in 5 days, and here's what we think it'll do. I'd like to see these kind of regular updates rather than just, we end this meeting and we say, wow, it sounds like you're on about an April, time frame. See you in April, and I don't think anybody here wants to agree to that. So that's why my proposal, you might want to, but it's worth the time for us here. I think to have you continue to give us regular updates. In the past we haven't had that, and that's why maybe this thing got away from us. But you see how beneficial it is now to have you here, have citizens hear what you're saying, and have you come back. What I think would be January 10th, or maybe the meeting after that. I'll see what my colleagues say. I don't want to burden this, but this is an important issue that you are correcting. And even when you do say, well, the extra cost here and there, I mean, with what has happened on that lot, maybe investing a little bit of cost to just be done with this, and be a good neighbor, be a good steward to the county. I mean, if the cost is exorbitant, I get it, but if it's a little bit more, I want to have that conversation and say, it might be a little bit more, but don't you guys want to be done with this project? And I'm sure that answer is yes. So maybe that's something you could explore, and all the more reason coming back on the 10th, you might have those answers for us. Hey, we did get the equipment. We figured out a couple of things that might have cost a little bit more, but it could shave off a month, 3 weeks, or whatever. I think I would love to hear that sooner than later, and I know the citizens would as well. So I don't know if you have anything else to add, or Jamie, if you had something, to add, but this is valuable conversation, and at least I think we're heading in a positive direction.
No, but just as a reminder, we are continuing to get weekly reports from Chris and his team, so we will continue to forward those along to you. So if there are any changes between now and the January meeting that we discuss this again, such as the extra equipment or additional crushing, then those will be included in those updates to you guys as well.
I think everybody here would be supportive of you having those aggressive conversations, and I don't know how people feel about Saturday, but I think because they've been doing it at such a much more improved level, that Saturday would be maybe would put them on a much more aggressive timeline, and then we could hear the benefit of that at one of our January meetings. But I'll stop there. I don't know if anybody else has their buttons pushed, but I like what I'm hearing. I'd like to continue to move in a very aggressive approach, and hear sooner than later that you were able to bring some of the additional resources, whether it's money, equipment, the right people, or we give you additional hours, that all those things would march us to an exponentially sooner conclusion.
And for the benefit of our newer commissioners, our code does allow construction on normal construction projects from 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, no holidays. So if that is the direction that you guys would like to go, to consider additional time on Saturdays, it is allowed by our code right now.
Can I just say one thing, and then that'll be it. We did talk about starting at 6 a.m. and our code allows that, but I just want to say, for the benefit of maybe the conversations I had with everyone that the other commissioners didn't, that's a very, very visible and busy intersection. And I think we were all a little bit concerned that even though we could start at 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m., that might not be the most advantageous thing, that may be a little bit of a cushion after sort of certain hours. But I don't know, and maybe you came to a different conclusion, but we also thought that Saturday, figuring out whatever we thought the reasonable times would be a positive, thing. And if it turns out to be a negative, then that's all the more reason why coming back in January and saying, well, we tried it on Saturday and we started to get complaints, or, we had issues, or it was hard to get crews on Saturday, that sort of thing. But the hours are certainly something we do want to talk about, and we could utilize the maximum amount of hours, but we got to realize that this isn't a lot that's buried somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. It's a very busy, place.
Are we going to talk about the hours in January, or are we
We're going to talk about it
now.
here in a minute,
Right.
as soon as
Okay.
I get
Just
done
making
with the rest of this.
If I could speak about, everything you said is going to speed this up. And the most important thing is that if he could start a little earlier in the day, like 7 o'clock instead of 8, and if he could work till, what's the latest he can work?
Our code now allows 7 p.m.
7.
We don't, whatever,
Yeah, we won't go out probably at least till 6.
till 6.
2 hours a day.
That's 2 hours a day, multiply that, you get
Yeah.
a couple days every month. And then Saturdays, if we can try the Saturday thing, see, Jamie will inform me if there are any complaints. And if there are, we will shut down the Saturdays immediately so that we don't disturb people. We can try that first, and if it works, if there's no complaints, then we'll continue with the Saturdays till January 10th, and I know we'll come back with a much bigger number than what we have now.
So 7 to 6, Monday through Saturday, is something that you have in your head as possible? Okay.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions and a comment. In terms of the hours, I think you should be permitted to go from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. I support that completely. If you want to start at 6 a.m., that's fine by me. I think there's going to have to be a push that way. That's going to be the ultimate solution to getting this done more quickly. But a couple questions. In terms of the total cubic yards that are there now, and the staff had done some sort of an estimate. When I saw the estimate and then saw the 2,600 cubic yards per week, my quick, simple math was, well, it's going to take 45 to 50 weeks. What is the amount that's out there now? Do you have any idea?
Our estimate could be anywhere from 80 to 100,000 cubic yards.
Okay, so 100,000 cubic yards.
If it's 100, I don't know if.
Or 80,000 cubic yards at 2,600 cubic yards a week. That's a long time. We're not talking May or June. We're talking August, I would think, if you just did that.
But we're also talking about bringing in the extra equipment.
Right, understood.
And the extra time.
Understood. I just want everybody to understand, if we don't have additional equipment and additional hours, we're not talking this is going to go until May. It's going to go a lot longer. So I just want to emphasize that point. So I support 100% your increased hours. I think that's the only thing that's going to work. And Mr. Hupschman, when you and I talked about this probably 6 months ago, we talked about trying to get 3 crushers out there, and you had said, well, I can probably get this done in 60 to 90 days if I had 3 crushers.
Yeah.
I understand that. So just do what you can to get another crusher. But in the meantime,
We were worried more about the noise and the dust, and we wanted this chance to show that we could do it without disturbing the neighbors, without causing a problem. So this time period that we just had, that we just processed material, I think we've done a good job as far as keeping the dust down with the water, and the noise is not a problem. The noise way back when the material was being brought in was the trucks, the dumps, the tailgates slamming shut, the rocks hitting the ground, and that was the noise problem. But the crusher is not that noisy.
that's understood, and that's why I say
Yeah.
the longer hours.
And we're gonna, and I'm
Part of that is some of the equipment we're using is a lot less noisy than some of the equipment we could be using. We could be out there with big excavators with hammers breaking this material, and we'd be in the same issue with, you're gonna hear those hammers, all the way, a mile away. So we're using the densifiers that are quiet. They're a little slower, but it's avoiding conversation we don't have to have,
For those of you who don't know what a densifier is, it's basically a backhoe with a claw, and that claw can put out how many PSI?
Oh, puts out about 5,000.
5,000 PSI, and grab a piece of concrete, crunch it so that you get the steel out of it, because you can't put the steel in the you don't want to put all that steel in the machine. So it crunches the material first, then the material's picked up and put in the crusher.
Chris, have you, how you doing, my friend?
Feeling good, yeah.
Have you cross-sectioned the material that's there to have a better estimate as to what's back there?
It's so spread out and scattered out with so many voids. We just did our best, and it was a kind of a guesstimate between 80 and 100,000.
Yeah, well, even at the 80, it's a 9-month project at the current production. So I, myself, certainly with more assets, you can get more done. And I'm totally in favor of expanding the hours, at least do that for a month if we're going to have this conversation at our first meeting in January. We can have that discussion as to the impacts of the community, expand your hours to reflect what's allowed within code rather than trying to pick a happy number. It's a little tricky to crush after dark.
The hours are our big thing. We can get some more hours, that'll make a huge difference.
And on Saturdays. So Commissioner LaCastro is going to make a motion to expand your hours and your days.
Yeah. So my motion would be Monday through Saturday, 7 to 6. Work aggressively to get more of the right equipment and more people. Continue to control the weeds and the fence, the silt fence, maintain it. Yes, sir?
I hired a company to maintain the weeds, and I've also hired another company to maintain the silt fences, a different company.
Okay, and then, I think we'd all like to see you back here on January 10th, just so, we're keeping as close watch on it as we can. And I trust when you come back on January 10th, you've already enjoyed additional equipment, additional people, the hours have helped, the extra day has helped, and we can sit here and do the algorithm and, figure out that it's not going to take 9 months. And I'm here to say that if, the rate didn't increase, you couldn't get the equipment, you couldn't get the people, I don't think anybody's going to be satisfied with September. And then I think, one of the options, might be that some of that material just has to be removed and we have to suck it up. We're not there yet. So that's why I would say you don't want to do that. There's additional cost to that. It's not going to be invisible to the residents, so it's not some sort of magical, wonderful thing. It's going to create dust and traffic and all these types of things. But we have to march to a much, quicker date. So please do all that you can aggressively, not only with the extra hours and the extra days, but it's obvious that, that you need more equipment out there. And please make this lot a priority. I know you've got other business elsewhere, but this is old business that we need to clean up and finish.
One quick suggestion. Might we today amend the hours to reflect those that are allowed by our code? So we have consistency within the code, from an inspection standpoint, as opposed to the 7 to 6.
So the code is 6:30. Is it 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
6:37.
Okay.
I did have one comment when you guys.
But then what you all were saying is if we start to get closer to 7 and it's dark, you would really quit at a time due to safety issues, right?
If we start at 6:30, we won't be crushing until 7 anyway because we got maintenance to do, and then the guys will be shutting down by 6 anyway. So
Okay. I do agree with what Commissioner McDaniel's saying. We just give you the wide open hours. You control it however it's going to be for safety and darkness and preparation and whatnot. I mean, I think that's the point that you're making. So we're not creating some sort of customized hours, but
And our staff has something to go by.
Absolutely.
From a reporting standpoint. Jamie, did you have something to say?
I did, thank you.
Before that, I'll second his motion.
Okay, I just wanted to remind you guys that not this coming weekend, but the following 2 weekends are holiday weekends, that they would not be able to be crushing. So perhaps if we're going to evaluate the impact of Saturdays, maybe the second meeting in January would be better for an update.
Yeah, that would be the 24th.
That's fine with
So,
me.
yeah, that sounds
If
good.
if you don't mind coming back on the second meeting, that would
Still
do that.
divide, do the
I
math.
forgot.
Do the math and figure out if we've increased production per day or per week.
Yeah.
You know,
Is New Year's Eve considered a holiday?
I believe in our code it is.
Okay.
You know, the other thing that I would add is your promise to give a 7-day report has really been appreciated because, you know, Jamie has, you know, right on time and on target sent us all those reports, which means you're sending them. So it's, you know, I think we got a good team here. It would have been nice maybe if that all would have happened sooner, but, you know, we can't, you know, set back the clock or get into a time machine. But if we are going to move it to the 24th, boy, don't disappoint us, guys, and come here and say, you know, from today to the 24th, we still only have one machine and 3 guys out there, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, you got a big window here to really work aggressively to pull in some other equipment and really hit it hard and give us a good report on the 24th of January.
It's been moved and seconded that we extend the hours and the days of operation in order to facilitate the removal of the rock quicker, concrete quicker. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sound, so moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Hubschman, you have like 20 minutes to hang around for commissioner comments. I wanted you to hear something I got to say coming up.
Sure.
Okay.
Want me to sit?
Yeah, well, will you, yeah, sure, please, have a seat if you have time.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15B, Staff and Commission General Communications. We have a couple items over here. We'll make it brief. We'll start with Dan. He has a couple of comments on some activities from the sports complex.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Dan Rodriguez, your Deputy County Manager. During our one-on-ones, as well as direction from our County Manager, she wanted to give some good news updates in reference to some of the activities at the sports complex. And about a year ago, you gave direction to staff to make sure that we're getting out in the community and soliciting to have groups come to the sports complex to utilize that facility to its maximum potential. Just recently, we, in working with the Gulf Coast Runners, on Thanksgiving Day, they had a 5K run there. Incredibly, they had over 2,500 runners with over 500 family members there cheering them on. So that was a great event during Thanksgiving Day. In addition, your Snowfest was one of the most successful in history. There were over 6,500 people that participated in the Snowfest, which was moved to the sports complex. There were over 31 vendors and many different activities. There was some criticism about the long lines for getting in the ice and whatnot, but your wonderful staff at Parks and Recreation, under Lima Edwards, as well as the other staff members, they're working on a plan to ensure that they can reduce those lines in the future. So more and more kids and families can participate in that very successful event. And we're just past the anniversary of having a new director at your Domestic Animal Services Division. And I wanted to tell you that I'm most proud of some of the actions and the activities that have occurred there in the last year. The workforce, we've hired some very professional people. They're working hard. Marcy Perry, your new director, has helped to bridge relationships, not only with the Domestic Animal Services Committee, they've got their full support, but also with the Humane Society. Myself, Tanya Williams, Marcy Perry met with Sarah Beckler Davis and her chairman of their board last week. Very productive meeting. In fact, over the last 2 months, Marcy Perry, working with that director, helped to relocate about 450 animals into humane societies across the nation. And that's a new initiative that she's going to continue to plan on that program, but we couldn't do it without the Humane Society and their support. In addition, they have a mobile clinic that they have brought to Domestic Animal Services last week so that they can help in treating animals and doing that. So great work by Domestic Animal Services. Thank you.
Mr. Finn is going to come up and give you a very brief update on our work on the correspondence regarding the sports complex.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is going to be as brief as humanly possible. We had a letter that we received on November 7th from a company called 3 Step Sports. They provided a level unsolicited letter of interest exploring either the acquisition or the long-term lease of the Paradise Coast Sports Complex. Since then, we've engaged in several discussions with them. Just 3 sentences here on who they are. Three Step Sports is a holding company for 112 sports operators in the youth sports market. Three Step owns and manages youth sports clubs, events, and tournaments, and sells related apparel. They provide content, data, and analytics for colleges, media outlets, and leading athletic brands like Under Armour and New Balance. Three Step are owners or partner owners in over 20 sports venues, largely in the Northeast. They serve over 40 states and more than 3.2 million athletes across 9 different sports. They've been in business for about 21 years. They're centered in the Northeast. Most of their real estate holdings or partners in real estate holdings are in the Northeast. I'm not going to touch on too many points that we actually talked about, but I will say one of the key things is the bonds that we use to acquire that are tax-exempt bonds. That necessitates an arm's length bona fide offer of value. So that would be at the core of it. That has been discussed with Three Step. And I will say that their intent is to operate the facility as a sports facility for some point in time. Their intent is to complete the last 11 fields that are part of the sports complex right now. And they do anticipate having essentially an end date where they would negotiate an end date where if they elected to, they could then use that property for something other than sports at some point in the distant future. So with that, I will tell you that our discussions are ongoing with them, as is our analysis of where we stand in terms of our investment in that. And we will continue to move forward and report to the board as we should.
Are we still utilizing the park as a facility for people to come and get hurricane relief and that sort of thing?
My sense is at this point that activity has terminated.
Okay. There was quite a bit of discussion with regard to traffic and impacts for people trying to get in City Gate Boulevard that work in the industrial park and
Yes.
down in White Lake and the like.
You're absolutely correct. Dan and I have talked about that at length, and one of the things that both of us try to encourage staff to do is go the extra mile in terms of managing traffic when we have events out there. And the same, of course, applies to the operator.
Commissioner Saunders.
Just a few comments on the sports park. We talked about our AUIR this morning, and one of the requirements for the county in terms of keeping up our level of service is our regional parks. And so this facility actually is fulfilling a large need in terms of ball fields, and so it really fits into our AUIR. And we're using tourist taxes to create this park, so I think we're getting a couple benefits here that are in addition to why we did this in the first place. We did this in the first place to promote tourism, especially in the off-season, and to provide a facility for our citizens to use when it's not being used to promote youth sports. And I understand we're going to have the largest youth football tournament in the country, I think in December or January. It's coming up fairly soon.
This weekend.
Monday.
Is it this weekend? And so, it's fulfilling that promise, which was to provide facilities for our citizens to use. The Snowfest is a perfect example of that. And it's also meeting that goal of providing recreational opportunities for people from all over the country to come to Collier County. I know there's been some delays and some cost overruns. Those are really to be anticipated in any major project, but this project really, I think, is meeting the goals and objectives that we had. If it turns out that there's a suitor that is interested in acquiring this, that's certainly something for us to continue to talk about, just to see what is there. But regardless of that, I think this project is really performing extremely well, even with the cost overruns and the delays. So I just want to congratulate staff. It's been a difficult one. And with pandemic and with supply chain issues and all of those things, hurricanes, it's been a challenge, but we're getting there.
And if I may, we have we've coined a phrase for that, and it's called sports complex fatigue. It's a long-term project. It certainly is of considerable value to the community, and I appreciate both all your comments. I will say that the comments you mentioned relative to the intent of the facility in terms of promoting tourism, and a side component to that, providing local use at a deeply discounted rate, that has been discussed with the suitor in this case. So he is cognizant, or they are cognizant, of those being critical components, both if we retain it and in the event that the board elects to move in a slightly different direction.
Yeah, regardless of how that turns out, it's going to be a good project for the county.
Yes, sir. Another successful project.
Final thing, commissioners and new commissioners, thank you again and welcome. And thank you so much for your indulgence today. This was a broad amount of subject matter that we covered in some difficult topics. So thank you so much, and have a very happy holiday to all of you.
I'm not done yet.
But I'm done.
Oh, you are? Jamie? You have a moment to come up here. I want to ask about Mr. Hubsman, and that's the reason I asked you to stay. Mr. Hubsman made a comment with regard to the installation of trailers and so on, and you and I spoke briefly about it yesterday, and I just wanted to get an update, if I could, as to how we're coming along with that.
So I, again, for the record, Jamie French. Commissioners, I had the luxury of, and I say the luxury because I learned so much from working these past events, of making relationships with some federal partners, and I've exercised some of those relationships and made some calls to make some determinations on where they are in their mission. Currently, there are not many trailers set that I'm aware of in Collier County that aren't privately initiated. I'm unaware of any trailers. In fact, we know there's been no trailers that have come into Collier through FEMA. However, there is a couple sites here in town that we know about that we put FEMA in touch with. One holds maybe about 100 spots of availability. The zoning's in place. We're working with both FEMA and the property owner. We should know more on that probably the first of the year as far as how that assessment went. They were on site just this past Friday. They spent probably 6 to 8 hours there evaluating the site. There was a crew of people there from FEMA and the Army Corps. And I spoke with the property owner yesterday. He's not yet heard back from them. They said it would take probably a week to 10 days to make that evaluation anyway. And with the holiday, we expect to hopefully get some positive results that we'll be able to offer, at least be able to point them in the right direction so that they can offer some short-term housing options for some of those that were so.
Well, my question has to do with this board making an allowance for the private sector to have a temporary motorhome there to house people that have been displaced. Is there a path for us to travel today to get to that point? Mr. Hubson brought the point up a month ago, too, with something like, I think at our November meeting, maybe even October. And actually, he's not personally. I think, if I recall, you live over in Livingston Estates.
Livingston Woods, yeah.
Yes, Livingston Woods, and so he's not personally damaged by the storm, but he has a friend who is. And is there an allowance for him to move privately, move a motorhome with an inspection and a permit, of course, to house a friend that's been displaced by the storm?
Privately initiated or done through FEMA, sir?
Privately.
There is, so the Florida Building Code looks at those mobile homes. If they sit there longer than 6 months, they're considered a permanent structure. However, the zoning would not support that activity to allow for someone to live on your lot. We currently have code cases. In fact, one of the oldest code cases that exists in Collier County off of Rosemary that I'm sitting down with a property owner tomorrow to talk about, and that was one of the cases where we've got,
a lot of liens against property for that type of activity, unpermitted work. So it's not something that your LDC or the zoning, unless it's already entitled, that would allow for that to happen. But it would be at the discretion of the board to make that decision for that allowance.
Well, and that was what I was asking. I'm not talking about doing it without a permit. I'm not talking, I mean, I'm not saying it's permissible. I'm talking about similar to what we would do if it were a FEMA trailer, where it would be inspected and put in properly and allowed for up to 6 months.
FEMA will not be inconsistent with your zoning. That is one of their criteria.
Right, well, and also FEMA will only, if my recollection is correct, FEMA will only allow the motorhome to be put in front of the home that's been damaged.
Or they will go do a group site. They have a repair program where they'll go in there and actually assist making repairs. They've got a number of tools in their toolbox.
One of the thoughts that I had is allowing for a temporary use permit for those privately placed motorhomes to be able to assist people that have a housing need.
That would be at the discretion of the board, sir. Staff could not do that administratively.
How do you feel about it?
Personal opinion, sir?
Yes.
I think that it would, I think you would have to poll the neighborhood. I think that the property owners nearby might have something to say, based off of our experiences in the past.
I can see it being Pandora's box from a positive and a negative side. There again, FEMA hasn't done anything yet to offer up relief. We know, I think last tally was close to 60 people have been displaced for sure. They don't have a place to go.
They currently have over 100 people for Collier County in there that have been approved and that are awaiting housing.
Right, and so, and here we are 3 months past the event, and we're still waiting on the federal government. So my thought was, why don't we take some action, do a short-term relief by permit for up to 6 months, and allow for Mr. Hubsman to buy a motorhome and park it in front of his house. I'm using you as an example.
It actually wouldn't be in front, it would be on the side of the house, and I have 2.5 acres, so it's not like it's on a 1 acre lot or a ½ acre lot, it's on a 2.5 acre lot. And it would be parked on the side of the house that has the septic tank connection, where you connect the septic right into the septic tank of the existing home. You would need an electric connection, which is not difficult, and then you would need water, which is not difficult either.
It comes off of a hose.
But it's a large lot, so it's not, and my side of my house is at least 300 feet or more away from the next home.
In your unique circumstance, if we do this on a global basis, if this is a decision that we come to, we have to allow it for everyone.
Yeah.
And so that's where, that's the balance that I'm looking at here. You've got a very specific criterion that could in fact be met to overcome several of those objections.
So water supply is, that's done locally. Septic tanks, those are all done through the Department of Health, any connection. So that would have to be a discussion that we would have to have with the state to find out what their position might be. With regards to separation, you would need no less than 10 foot of separation between the structures for the Florida Building Code, as well as the National Fire Prevention Code, which in this particular case, Commissioner, we can make it work, clearly, but it is a decision of the board if that's where the board would like to go.
Where's the board want to go? I'm not looking to create work. I'm just terribly distressed that there's 100 people that don't have a home, and accommodations are, we're still waiting for accommodations for those folks. And I again, Commissioner LaCastro, you say the juice isn't necessarily worth the squeeze, but
I didn't say that on this particular example, but I say that as a saying sometimes.
It is your saying. So I don't want to create work. I don't want to create trouble. But on the same token, I think if it were done by permit, if there was specific proof that someone has been displaced by the storm and it meets the requisites of the setback requirements and is in fact safe and legal and all that sort of thing, I wouldn't be opposed to allowing it for up to 6 months.
I wouldn't either.
What, would it be beneficial to the board if we brought something back at your next meeting to actually perhaps show you what a process might look like, what the impediments might be, and basically the pros and the cons?
Yeah. Now we're 4 months out.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to you. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
I got you. You're on the list. Commissioner Saunders is coming
Commissioner,
next.
and I apologize for interrupting, but the only reason why I say that is I may be missing some things here. You and I we spoke about this months ago. However, this is not a road or a path that staff has gone down yet.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I did.
No worries. So my question is on the guys with the land that has 100 spots. Is it a temporary thing? He's just willing to do it temporarily, or is it ongoing?
That is, so when you go into contract with FEMA, it's done on a federal level.
Okay.
But it is, yes, it is up to 18 months.
Okay, so forget FEMA, because I'm asking questions about for private stuff to come in. Is there utilities there? I mean, I'm with Commissioner McDaniel. I don't want to belabor this, because now we're going to be 5, 6, 7 months down the road, and the needs past, the critical need is not met. My question is if we had someone, let me slow down. My brain's about 5 steps ahead of my mouth. If we had the capability as a board to create some temporary rules that said we were allowed to put just say a pallet house on the property, hook it up to some utilities to provide housing for people who have been displaced, and create the rules where we can go 6 months and then do like a progressive meet code type thing. Like in 6 months, this has to be done. In the next 6 months, that has to be done, while maintaining the right to do a case-by-case basis, to where Harrison has, our staff looks at places and we give them the authority to make good decisions based on parameters. Like that's a no-brainer in my mind. But yet, if you want to stick a motorhome on the side of a house in Naples Park, that's a different deal. So I was just asking those questions.
So you currently have a process in place that we brought to you about 7 years ago, maybe a little longer, where it does afford the opportunity for those that are impacted by a natural disaster to have that as an option. At the time the declaration is made by the board that we have a disaster, those that are impacted, and there are ties back to say there is a relationship between a damaged structure and a free permitted temporary use, and we have the ability to extend that at staff's discretion up to 18 months for that impacted property. Very fast moving. And the reason why we track that is because your flood insurance and participating within the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP wants to know, FEMA, because they're a branch of NFIP is a branch of FEMA, they want to know how long that trailer was there, when it was placed, and when it was removed, and because that affects your community flood insurance rates. We could, again, come back with a program and say, we're tying the recipient of the trailer, of the mobile home unit, to a location and to a disastered property. We just hadn't thought that way with regards to taking a piece of vacant land. Now, the biggest issue really is going to be your utilities, your infrastructure, and people typically want to stay. They want their children at the same bus stops. They want to stay at the same schools. And we would have to work through that with our local partners to make sure that we could still accommodate them. Again, it's all achievable, but the land use piece is something that staff cannot do administratively.
Well, we can. Commissioner Saunders.
I agree with Commissioner Hall and Commissioner McDaniel that we need to do something here. You could create some criteria, come back to us at our next meeting. Minimum lot size, for example. You can only be done on a lot that's an acre plus or whatever. applicant would have to show that they actually had a structure that they lived in that is no longer livable and that they're going to take advantage of this. There would have to be a code enforcement penalty. Getting something started is a lot easier than getting something stopped. And so at the end of 6 months or whatever that time period would be, there'd have to be a very strong code enforcement violation if the trailer isn't removed. And that code violation would have to go to the property owner that owns the house where the trailer is, so that there's an incentive to not try to take advantage of the program. And I like that. I like the concept because one of the big problems with, and this happened up in Charlotte County, and everybody probably knows this, so I'll be real quick. In Charlotte County, after Hurricane Charlie, there was a very large area for a group FEMA housing project. And what happened, I've been told that over 50% of the people that lived in those trailers were not from Florida, that people from all over the country came for free housing. It became a crime scene, drug problems, and it took forever to get those people out of those trailers. So we don't want that here in Collier County for sure, and this may be a solution to that. So I support that. And
and I'm sitting here mulling it around, and I don't like knee-jerk decisions. We're already 3 months behind, and if you would feel more comfortable to come back to us at our first meeting in January with, you've heard us talk about this in a manner, size, shape, color, location, permittability, term, penalties for lack of removal. I mean, I know in eastern Collier County, Golden Gate Estates, it's become common practice to put up a fence and put up a bunch of motorhomes in your backyard, which is totally illegal. Totally illegal. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about, I thought about it, and I was thinking that we could do something, even though I'd like to do something today, truth. But I don't want to put you in a trick box either, because I didn't think of this until you and I talked about it yesterday again. So I'd be okay with coming up with a plan for our first meeting in January to effectuate this and allow it for a 6-month process. Unless the board wants to do it today, I'm okay with leaning out, but it's difficult to do it today. Just because we have to take into consideration size, shape, and color, location, permittability, so on and so forth. But I want to thank you for sparking that idea and indulging me to stay and
Glad I could be of help.
So let's have that as an early agenda item in January, at our first meeting in January, and come back with specific rules, as Commissioner Hall said, to how that can be effectuated, and see if we can on a local level offer up some help. It's no money for us other than inspections and allowance. Okay?
Yes, sir. We'll be back at first meeting in January. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. Same to you.
Go crush some cement.
Yeah. Mr., are you all set? I cut you off before because I wanted to have that conversation. So are you okay? Okay. County Attorney?
Merry Christmas to all of you.
As well. Commissioner Hall?
Yes, sir.
Closing comments?
It's supper time.
Yeah, passed. Yes, sir.
No, I really enjoyed today. It was something I've just looked forward to for a long time, and I love the discussion. I love the fact that we can sit here and finally get to talk to one another. That's the hardest thing, but thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Commissioner LaCastro.
I just want to say to the two new commissioners, welcome, and thank you for stepping up to serve. It's no longer about elections. Now it's about service. They're no longer voters. They're citizens, whether they voted for you or not. And I have no doubt that you're going to serve and add to this group and bring a level of expertise that is only making us better. I want to thank my colleagues who have been swamped with automated emails from people about Caxambas and Goodland. I sent out a one-way communication saying, please refrain from replying to citizens, that I will do that because it's my district and it keeps us from sending mixed messages. I've replied to every single citizen, well over 200 emails, but there again, I'll let you know that they're not emails that anybody typed. They're emails that one person typed, and then they set up an automated thing on Facebook that all you had to do was put in your email address, and it sent us a 2-page email that was written by one person. But I still replied to every single one of those people with a very detailed county response that we're not sitting on our hands. Caxambas is closed for a reason. If you're a business owner using Caxambas and it's the only county park that supports your business, that can be a great and wonderful thing, but it can be a huge detriment when a gigantic hurricane with record-setting storm surge hits. And we can't do anything about that. Caxambas was one of the most damaged marinas out of all of the ones in Collier County. We're not going to prematurely open it. We're not going to sacrifice safety, and we've done an awful lot with a Herculean effort, just like we've done across the whole county, opening beaches in record time and parks in record time. Caxambas just happens to be the one location that has so much damage, so many issues, and the one business owner who peered over a locked gate and drew false conclusions is what started this whole email campaign. But I'm happy to still reply to everybody, and those emails continue, but they are quickly slowing down, and quite a few people who got the county response from me actually sent apologies. Some of them actually posted on that Facebook site that they think that the county is doing everything humanly possible. And when it comes to parking, which was also mentioned in that email, I had to remind all the people who sent these automated messages that it's the city of Marco that decides zoning and parking, and in many cases the reason why we have less spots at Caxambas now once we do open the gate is because, number one, it's been the direction of the city of Marco, and number two, some of the spots that people were using were illegal or temporary, and the city of Marco has directed that we discontinue that. So it's not because we're stupid or we sodded over parking spaces or we're trying to hurt businesses, and I made that clear, in all the responses. Next thing I just want to say is we had a lot of discussion on Bright Shore today, and if there's any citizens listening, and usually this late there's not so much, but for all of us, one of the things I learned early on was the importance of the RLSA. And so to the new commissioners, if you haven't done a deep dive into educating yourself, when we trade, a certain footprint of acreage for homes, but then it preserves something that's 5 times the size of what we just allowed a contractor to build on, we did a good thing. And so we're not stupid, we're not killing panthers, and some people that come to the podium say, please don't build in that area, but what they don't understand is the bigger picture, which is how we're trading building space for conservation space, and in the particular case of where they may live now, that might have happened 10 years ago or whatever, and it allowed them to come here and live. So sometimes that gets lost, and the negative that the new commissioners you'll hear sometimes from citizens is, thanks for turning this into Miami again, and that's not the case. And lastly, I'll just say this is Commissioner McDaniel's last meeting in the seat as chair, and I just think he's done a fantastic job being chair, and it's my turn next. It's a turn. It's not like what they do in D.C. where there's a big vote and it's a big popularity contest. So I'll get my turn. Commissioner Hall, you'll get your turn after me, and we sort of move it down the line, and we trade it just like we talked about what we're going to do with the TDC. So, but I wanted to just say, thank you for your expertise. You've done it before, and it shows. I'll try to pick up the gavel, and I've already been working with staff on learning what to do, how we can continue to make improvements in our processes up here, and we've got a few good ideas that we're going to launch in January, and some that we sort of have already kind of changed just through some conversations. But I look forward to switching seats with you in January, and
I'm taking Commissioner Hall's seat.
Yeah. No. As the chair, I've already decided the seats. You're going to be in the back with the deputy.
He's a new guy.
Lastly, the one thing that Terry taught me is when we go for an hour or an hour and a half, where she sort of gets gypped is like right now, because we're well past that window, but we tend to think that the closing comments at the end are going to be 5 minutes and we'll finish on time. So one of the things that we'll be cognizant of is that we don't go 2.5 hours when she's at her most tired part, because she's been doing this all day and we've all been talking fast. But once again, congratulations to the new commissioners and to you, Commissioner McDaniel, for your leadership. And we'll work hard to try not to miss a beat come January.
Commissioner Kowal.
Well, I'm excited to be here. It's a totally different type of service that I've served for 20 years here in Collier County. But I'm going to take it just as serious and learn as much as I can. I want to thank the staff for taking it easy on us today. And I thought I was back in the Army with all the acronyms, but some of them took their time to kind of describe what they were. So it helps. And just looking forward to this. I think it's going to be a great thing. I think we've got a great group board up here to move forward and get this work done for the people. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to welcome the new commissioners, and I'm looking forward to working with both of you. I agree. I think we've got a good team up here, and one of the things that's very important is teamwork up here, because we're all trying to do the best we can for our community, and that does take teamwork. There will be times where we disagree, and maybe even vociferously disagree, but afterwards we'll all go back and have a sip of water as we leave the building. So it'll be great working with everybody. I want to wish everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. I want to thank staff. You guys have helped deliver a really good year for Collier County. We take all the credit for it, but you guys do all the work. It doesn't go unnoticed. So looking forward to next year. Thank you.
Absolutely. I echo the same thing. Congratulations. Happy to be serving with you both. I wish you well in your endeavors. I do have a thought I'd like to bring up, and we take a lot of heat on the housing affordability side and taking action, and this has to do with you, Commissioner Saunders. A couple of years ago, we adopted the new Golden Gate Master Plan and trifurcated Golden Gate Estates and Golden Gate City. We got Golden Gate Rural west of 951, got Golden Gate Urban west of 951, Golden Gate Rural east of 951, and Golden Gate City, the 4 square miles. I would like to entertain or hear if you would be interested I'd like to bring back an item to allow for the construction of and rental of guest homes in the urban Golden Gate Estates. We have a huge housing issue. It's a way for us to, and we have the infrastructure in the urban area to support an increase in density. Currently, you're allowed to build a guest home in Golden Gate Estates but you're not allowed to rent them by code. And so the proposition is to bring that back, have a public discussion about it, involve the neighborhoods, and see if that's something that could be actually brought forward.
I don't have any problem having the discussion, but I can tell you that's a hornet's nest that you're going to be swatting here when you do that. But the conversation is always good.
Sure. So, I won't belabor the positives and negatives. I've thought a lot about it, but and we'll do that during the public hearing process. And so I'll whip that up and bring it in January, and we'll have that discussion. So, other than that, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and as Commissioner Saunders said, you folks, even that bunch there in the back. Look at them all going like this. You're the ones that do the work, and we're the ones that get the credit. And I want to say thank you to all of you and wish you all Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. With that, we're out.